Hello guys, welcome. Welcome to this live. Can you hear me correctly? Hi. Like 4 or something like that. I think I will wait just tiny. There's more people who are able to come. I hope so. A lot of people listen. I spent like 3 hours updating my course on the subject, which is a little course that I made ago. I think like a year and a half ago, for that I gave a little, how do you call that, when you go just one single time, a little masterclass on the subject, and which was basically they were like second years or something like that, and so I wanted with them. I wanted to take an overall look, but they were new to it, and at the same time they spend like a year also to learn fundamentals in their first years, and let's say that it was not enough at all. So I wish honestly that more people could come, because I spend a lot of time changing it and updating it, but in the end, if there is not a lot of people who are able to attend right now, at least maybe consider sharing it with other people after. And on my Twitch live you can see the videos for like 2 weeks, yeah, I think. And so maybe if you know people who might find it helpful, who want to learn how to draw, who don't know where to start from, please consider, I think it's better if my mic is here. Please consider sharing the link with them. Like that, they will have a little ground to start with, and they won't be as lost as you can be when you start. So first of all, I want you to. I know it's a live that will be a little bit different from what we had done in the past, because it's something that if you want to be able to really fully understand, you have to practice the exercise that I will give you. You will not. You will probably don't be able, if you're not at my level. You will not be able to do them maybe as quickly as I am, but I will teach I will just give a novel or another whole look of each fundamentals. So perspective, colors, value, how to paint in volume, how to apply colors, how they work, how to put them together, and so on and so on. And I will have another whole look of it. So I really hope that you will find it useful. Just to give you an overview, this is what we're going to look at: is pencil control, what you need to be able to do, shapes and forms, how to put them together, how light works, what is important in lighting and drawing, which are the different parts of the lighting, colors, how they are made. It's very basic stuff, but those are really important, and we're going to try some stuff, and how colors is made, and so how to apply it when it changes values and saturation. A little guide that I've found on the internet, which I find works really well. I tried it, and it's a really great guide of which colors you're supposed to put together depending of your value of your color value, and then the relativity of colors and how it depends of what's underneath and what's around. A little lazy technique, which is really efficient and really effective if you want to have a grayscale first and then to put colors on top, which I find is way better than just putting the colors on layer mode on top. And then a little lesson on lighting, because I'm not really amazing at lighting. It's probably the subject that I studied the less, but I know a few stuff here and there, and of course I will give you names of books and YouTube channels where you can find all the information that I'm giving you today, so you won't be lost and you can have a more in-depth knowledge about the topic. So, and I will of course trying to give you knowledge that are or free or really inexpensive, so you don't have to spend $300 on some kind of thing and some kind of lessons, and you can just start to learn with something as cheap as $10 tutorial or stuff like that. So yeah, lighting, how they're made, and the different type of lighting sources, and the thing that you have to take into account when you draw and you paint lighting, and a little bit of physics in the end. And so yeah, it's basically all we are going to look at today, with a little special something in between this part, which is the sketches, and between this part, which is going to be my personal digital settings and how to to have something to start to draw properly sorry, to start to draw with a nicer feeling when you're drawing digitally, because I know that a lot of people start drawing by hand, and I do a lot, and sometimes when you go on digital you're kind of lost, you don't know how things work together and you don't know how to make them work for you. So this is what we're going to do. So, and please ask any question that you'll have. If there's something that you did not understand, ask me a question. Ask any question, and I'll be doing the exercises as we do. Please consider doing them if you can do them on digital and not just on paper, but if you can try them on paper, do them on paper. This is really important, and what I'm going to give you is the link to my online Discord, and I'm going to give you a special I'm going to give you the link to go to this Discord, and I'm going to create a little textual saloon. Is it called a saloon? Which is be named Twitch Live, and where you can post every piece of work that you will be doing during this live. So feel free to go there, and if you worked with me, and even if it's just a quick sketch or a quick something, even screenshot, I don't mind. What I want to do today is to be able to teach you the very basic of it and to help you see what's working, what's not working. So if at some point I show you a little something digitally and you don't know how to do it, ask me the question. I'm here for that today. That's what I wanted to do today. So yeah. This is a lot, I know. I'm sorry, and I hope you'll find it useful. By the way, let's start there. How are you doing today, guys? Are you feeling fine? Is everything alright in your life, and so on and so on? So how's life? Basically, how's life? So, well, if no one answered, it's okay, you know. We're gonna start. Gonna be honest. Oh, hi, thank you, Diet Bepsi, for... No, it's not Diet Bepsi, it's Nick Team Medusa. Thank you for joining us. It's really nice of you. Thank you so much. And welcome. So, yeah, we're going to start, well, very soon. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest. I spend like a lot of time working on it, and I know when it's a normal live, I'm like, yeah, it's fine if we're only 3 or 4, I don't mind. But let's say that today I work really hard for it, and I'm a little bit like, I know no one came, I'm so sad, but it's alright, you know. It's the 2 people who are here, which counts, but I'm just a little bit like, I know, I work so hard for it, but it's fine. So, hi Nuktimedusa, do I pronounce it correctly, or is it correct? So, let's start the lessons. So, what we're going to do today is, as I said, learning the fundamentals. So, we are going to start. First thing first, it's know your tools. You have understand you have put all the efforts and you want a lot of people to benefit from seeing it. Yeah, it's a little bit like that, but also I know that I had a lot of people telling me that they would come, so I was a little bit, expecting stuff, but it's, I understand people are busy or forgot or have other things to do, and it's alright in it. I'm really happy that you're doing this for us. It will be very helpful for me personally. I'm glad, and as I said, this video will be online for 2 weeks, and I always keep my videos on my computer, so one day I can put them on the internet. And so at some point I will have a YouTube Twitch channel where you can see all my live. Just a little something before starting. I'm using the music of this creator, which is called Vixento. And I know that he's making music free of charge and free to use, and the only thing he asks in exchange is that we give credit to him. So I wanted to give credit to this guy, which makes really beautiful and nice and chilling music. So there you go. Thank you, Vixento, for that. Okay. So hi, CBP. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Looking forward to you getting the YouTube channel. Yes, I want to, but it takes a lot of time. And I'm a freaking anxious person who can't freaking organize herself correctly. So, but let's start there. I think it's something that is really important to me. Personally, I know that people tells you that you have to learn the fundamentals and that's it. I do not believe that it's true. I mean, in the fact that there is no order to it. Like, you can start with colors, and you can start with that, and you can start with this. I personally do believe that if you want to do more, professional stuff, so concept art, illustration, or to become a professional in this, I forget the name. In this craftsmanship, in this media, here we go, you have to be able to have a really strong foundation, and I feel this foundation have steps, and it's a little bit like if you try to build a house. If you put the walls before you put the foundation, before you put the wires, before you put everything will collapse. And I do believe it's the same thing with fundamentals. I think there is an order to everything, and that you have to kinda follow them, or to be able to know them first before going to the others. You can of course try them all in any order that you want, but you have to be able to have one in place before going to the next, to when you draw or when you paint something. You'll excuse my English, my voice is a little raspy. I was practicing before the start of the live to be sure that I would say everything correctly. So, first things first, it's pencil control. It seems boring AF, I know, but the first thing that everyone needs to understand is that there is a proper way to use tools, and it has to be before anything else. If your sketch or your drawing isn't made correctly, is not constructed in a way that it is well drawn enough for you to be able to use it after that, you won't do anything much with it. And there is a proper way to sketch. I know it sounds like, yeah, but everyone has a different way of sketching, but if you look at it, honestly, no. There is basically one main way to sketch, and there are a few mistakes that beginners, and I've made, and everyone has made at some point, which is this. So, how to sketch? First things first, you'll notice that there is a reference in this page. It's a cup. It's simply a cup, but you notice that there is a reference. You need to always take a reference. To always take a reference doesn't mean that you won't be able to draw without. It means that it will always be better with. And if you want to work in an industry that is kinda pretty much extremely competitive, you have to give your drawing the best chance he can have. I don't know if you know what I mean. So sure, I can draw faces without references. I've drawn plenty and tons, and I'm able to draw faces without references now. But if I want to have the face, the prettiest and the more accurate face as I can, I always have to use references. It's a must. You have to. Even if you think you know how to draw them, even if you think you understood everything, first of all, it will take a shit ton of time to be able to remember everything about something as complex as faces or hands or feet or everything, and you'll need tons and tons and tons of drawing of them to be able to even have a slight idea of how you're supposed to do them. Welcome to the new people who arrived. And second, see the use of references as a way to increase your visual library. Your visual library, for the people who don't know what it is, it's your ability to know how things are done. You can increase it by, for example, learning from references, doing studies, or learning construction. So inside your head, you'll have a full library where at some point you'll be like, oh, I want to create this. I know I can create that by putting a sphere on top of something else, and if I put them together, it will work. And this is all the knowledge that you bring inside you over time. And each time you use a reference, you increase a little bit your visual library and you become better at imagining things. But if you refuse to use references as often as you can, over time, your visual library will be way poorer than the one of someone who used references every time. It will be way poorer. So you will have a very little visual library. Because see this like that. Let's take this simple cup. You draw a cup. It's alright, you know. But imagine you do 10 drawing in a week and you never use a reference, and a person next to you draw 10 drawings in a week and use references each time. At the end of the week, his visual library has increase of 10 elements. And at the end of your week, it increase of none. And see that how over time you can end up with like, oh, but I don't know what to draw. Yes, of course, you don't know what to draw. You never took references to be able to imagine what to draw now. And that's why you have art block, and that's why you can't seems to be able to draw anything else than, I don't know, pretty faces with one single type of nose, because that's the only nose you're able to draw, is because you never took references at the beginning and different kind of references to be able to, well, imagine things differently now. And that's why you use references. So my advice is always use them, because in the beginning you need to be able to relay on reality, because after all, drawing is the representation of real things. I mean, except if you do abstract or stuff like that, but if we talk about drawing characters or faces or portrait or stuff like that, then it means you relay on reality. So as you can see, I'm showing you 2 examples of sketches, which are, one has problem and the second, it's way better. I'm not saying it's perfect. Of course, I still have things to do and to learn, but it's a little bit better. First of all, these sketches was made with a ton of strokes. You know, you want to do you want to do something like a curve, and you do it like tons and tons and tons of them, and you're like, yeah, but it's a way, first of all, it's a way to hide the fact that you can't draw a curve at first, which is all right. I can't either, you know. I redraw my curve like 5 or 6 times before being able to do my curve correctly, and it's normal. And second of all, it's kind of a way to it's kind of a way to focus solely on the shape of the curve and not the construction of your object. So it means heavy strokes, and if you draw on paper or on your sketchbook, you will end up with something that you can't draw on top because it will be too heavy, and it has a ton of brush stroke, which is hardly readable. You can't really tell if the curve is that way or a little bit more in, you know, starting from the bottom. Now we're here, lol, sorry. And let's face it, it's really not that pretty. I don't know what you prefer, but I personally find this kind of sketches way more appealing to the eyes because it seems like you know more what you're doing, and this shows a lack of confidence in your stroke. And so it's all right, you know, we've all been there, and I'm going to show you exercise to be able to learn how to draw this kind of things and less this kind of things. And sure, it will need practice, but you can do it. So it's not really pretty, and it has another effect in that it gives the feeling of a fur element, while this is definitely not fur. So I can't do line as I like them to be, trying to do the right one. So you mean like you can't be, you're not able to draw the line as you want to be? I'm knowing very well this struggle. It took me years to be able to draw them as I want, and even now it's not always the case. It's a little bit like dance, you know. There's micro movement and muscles memory that you have when you learn how to dance, and it's the same with your hand, and you can't expect it to become to be just like that by pure magic. You'll learn accuracy with your hand if you practice and you train. Usually I make strokes that I smooth out by erasing them. Yeah, but as you can see, it's well, it's not cheating if it works in the end, but I know what you're talking about, and I know the feeling of a stroke of a sketch which is a little bit dirty, if I may say. And it's honestly, and it's the very bad part of it, is that it's a very slow technique. It makes your sketches it makes you sketch for a very long time, while it could be done in a very short one. So it's okay. As I said, I'm going to show you exercise that you can practice for yourself and will increase your ability to control your pencil. So this is a way better sketch, which has, as you can see here, construction. I started with 2 ellipses on top because a cup is basically a cylinder with a big belly. But I started with 2 cylinders, one on top and one on bottom. You can see that there is a little bit of transparency here, like I've drawn, like I could see the other side of the cup. And it's really important to draw in transparency, and like you could see through, so your overall shape makes sense in volume and like it could be in the real world. And I've put a line in the middle to be sure that I was centered. And then I drew a single stroke or 2 single strokes here to draw the side. And then I drew a circle as a construction of my, I don't know the name of this little part here. And then, as you can see, it's clear. If I want to draw on top, if I wasn't digitally drawing, I could do it. I would just have to go on top of it, and I have room to improve and to redraw without having to erase. I'm going to eat with my fellow Emily. I'll come back in a few minutes. It's all right, and thank you for being there. And as you can see, it's 1 or 2 lines per angle/curves. The line is soft. It's even a little bit transparent. So as I said, you have room to draw on top, and you took the time before to do your stroke but it's a faster technique than by doing so and erasing and redrawing and erasing and so on and so on. Bye. So these kind of sketches, I'm going to show you on Photoshop the difference between the two and how it is really important to be able to not draw that way. So, opening Photoshop. By the way, my version of Photoshop is 2020. I think it's the 2020 one. Lol, sorry. So, I'm going to create a new canvas. By the way, what I normally do is it's my way to do it. I personally start with the traditional movie proportion or computer screen proportion with a 300 dpi. My Photoshop is in French, but if you don't know what the menu means, please ask me. I know the name in English too. So I create that. I personally do the second thing that I do is that I do size of the image in image, size of the image here, and I increase it by 300%, which brings me a canvas of 5K, 3K, between 5K and 3K. And I feel it's really important to have a really, really big canvas when you work, because you never know when you'll be able to take the old sketches that you made in the past to have a beautiful book, in 10 years in the future, like you've become a wonderful, incredible artist and you have tons and tons of sketches, but sadly they have a really poor resolution, so they can't be printed, and this is really sad. So always work on a really high resolution, like that you will be able one day to print them. And it's really infuriating to have something that you like, that you love, and that you would absolutely adore to put on a wall, for example, and it's too little. And it happens to me like a week ago, and I was so mad at myself for not taking the time to put a higher resolution. And it's not great. So sketches, I'm going to show you the difference. So the first one, I'm in this case going to find a quick reference of a cup. Okay, let's take this one there. So I have this cup as a reference. I'm going to show you how most new artists draw. They draw like that, like, sorry. So they draw like that. See how long it is to actually do something, because you're like, oh no, but it's not correct here, so it should be like that more, and oh, okay, so yeah, it should be more on the side here. And I don't know you, but I'm already tired. So do you recognize yourself in this way of drawing? You're like, oh yeah, but but I feel that if I do it like that, it means that my curve, as my curve is between this and this, I have the middle ground, so I don't have to have the right curve right away. But I don't have to have the right curve right away. I'm going to show you how I do it. So guilty, lol, feel you, I was like that too. And so I'm not going to do this part because this is bothering me, but you get the idea. Now, but this is long, and let's say it's not digital, because in digital I could do that, for example, to make it better. What you have here is like, oh no, it's not good enough, so I'm going to erase it, and I'm going to to do it better here and there and there. Okay, now let's still imagine that we're not in digital, so we can't just redraw on top of a layer that has a lower opacity. So now you're like, okay, now I have to redraw my drawing, so I'm going to do it even more and erase even more, and there, and then, and okay, and then it's all right, okay, like that. And you see how many time it take me to just do a freaking cylinder, which is a little bit narrower at the end. Like, this is so time consuming. You're losing time by doing that. But if I use the method that I said that I showed you, which is construction, then taking the time to do the right line at first, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be kind of the same line, you'll find it way easier. So I'm going to apply what I say, which is not imagining that we're not in digital, so not using Ctrl-Z or only using my eraser and pencil. So okay, so as you can see here, you see my brush moving, but you see I don't draw. It's called ghosting. It's basically you say to your hand which movement you want to do, and when you feel that you got the movement, you press, not before. And it means that sometimes you'll have to ghost like 10, 20 times, it depends. It's the time you need to have the accuracy and the control of the little muscles inside your hand that you need. So, okay, I'm ghosting, and there. See? One single stroke. Not perfect, but I got the overall idea. And let's say, okay, it's a little bit too narrow, okay? It's all right. I can absolutely erase it completely and restart and do it not narrow, it's not wide enough, and do it again. Okay, there, better. As I said, it's not perfect, and honestly I can't really turn that much my canvas, so it's hard. So okay, there, better. See, it's a few strokes. It's not perfect, it's a sketch. I'm not trying to be perfect, I'm trying to do a sketch. So now, what can I do? I can find the center and, do a straight line there. And I can do the same thing underneath, which is, oops, sorry, I wasn't intended to do this. And there, okay, I got a construction now. And then I can see there's here some kind of orientation there, but I can see that it's in two parts, so like that. So what can I do? I can say, okay, one line, two line, one line, two line. See? And you have to take the time. For example, I'm going to erase it. Let's say that I'm unhappy with it. I'm going to see few strokes, but not tons and tons of them. Just a few strokes there and here. Same. And I got my construction. And if I'm not happy with it, I can still erase it, but I haven't so rip off my paper that I can't erase it. I'm gentle and I take my time before actually drawing the line, and I'm just very, very gentle. I'm going to put it in the right way this time just to be sure that everything is in order, and I can start to erase things because it's not heavy on the paper. And here you go, you got a simple construction. And oh, let's say that it's not wide enough. Okay, it's fine. I can even erase completely if I'm unhappy with the sketch and start over. So there. Oh, sorry, it's absolutely a I think it's a reflex. Okay, there, straight line. There. And there. and you get your cup. And I don't know how you feel about that, but I personally prefer this kind of sketching from this kind of sketching. And as you can see, I've redrawn it like 3 times, and yet it took me less time than this version. Even if I redraw it 3 times, it's faster. And it's something that sometimes you see the master doing. Like for example, they are doing a face, and you see they are working this way. So you see up, right there, and then up, and then down, like that. And you see, they take the time before doing any stroke on the paper. They are patient, and they make sure that the stroke they make is the one they want to do. And they are not trying to be fast, they are trying to be accurate. And as you can see in digital, I'm not afraid to redraw the curve over and over again. And if I have to, let's say that I want to do a special curve like that, if I have to redraw it 4 times, I redraw it 4 times, you know? It's a matter of patience. So, this is basically how you do it. Is it helping? It's my question. Do you find it helpful, or is it helping you to know a little bit better how to do things? And do you feel that if you practice it, it will increase your ability to draw correctly? Hell yeah, glad. So, this is how you sketch. So make sure to take your time while doing it. And now we will see a little bit what's important. Yes, oh, I'm so glad that it's helpful. And we'll see what's really important when you draw. It's basically, you have to know how to draw straight lines, and you have to know how to draw curves. It's really, 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 really important that you practice those 2. So this isn't a straight line. This is almost a straight line, but it's not straight enough. This is straight enough. It's a straight line. And curves, I've drawn 3 little dots. That is an exercise I'm going to show you to practice curves. This is way off the curves. It's shaking and it's not accurate. You have to be able to be fast while you draw those. And here it's better, it's way better, but as you can see, it's still a little bit shaky. But here, it's a confident line, and you can feel the difference between this one and this one. Straight lines are my worst enemy. I know it, because I can't draw straight, like for real, but you can practice them. And this is exactly what I'm going to show you today, the exercise that I personally do to increase my correctness in my ability to draw things. So, let's find all of that. What's happening? There. Okay. So, the exercise are something that you can do 10 minutes before drawing or starting any kind of drawing. You can do them on paper or on computer. And honestly, it takes like 10 to 15 minutes depending on your ability to be fast. But honestly, it's something that is just a warm up. You're like, okay, I'm warming up my hands, and it's really helping. And you know, you don't have times to draw 8 hours straight of straight line, because this is boring AF, but you can take 10 minutes every morning, and over time you will see a huge increase, a huge amelioration. No, a second. Improvement. You'll see a huge improvement in your ability to do straight lines and curves. So, my first exercise is you take an angle where you're comfortable to draw straight lines. So, for example, if I try to draw a straight line like that, as you can see, I'm not really straight. It's because from the top to bottom, it's one of the angle which is a little bit hard for me to draw straight. And if I draw from very side to side, it's also a position where I'm not very comfortable drawing straight line. But I personally have a special angle which is this angle. I don't know. I can draw a straight line in this angle. And the first exercise that you will do is find the angle where you're the most comfortable drawing straight line, and you will start drawing straight line in this angle. I can only do it pushing out to my left. It's fine, you know. I will show you an exercise that will help you increase your ability to draw a straight line from any angle after that. But first and before anything, take the angle you're comfortable with and you draw a straight line like that. And another one, you try to be as parallel to the first one as you can, and another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. It doesn't have to be perfect. As you can see, it's not perfect. It's a warm-up. You're trying to warm yourself up. And you do a bunch, and you do another bunch, and you keep this angle that you love, and you draw 2 dots, and you ghost your line a few times, and you try to reach them at the first try. It doesn't have to be perfect. You're just trying to be the most accurate as you can be. See? And you do it again, and you do it again, and you're not trying to change the angle. You just need one angle. Because obviously you can turn around your canvas like this, or you can turn around your paper. So you really need one angle where you can do them approximately correctly, and the rest is bonuses. It's basically you're increasing even more your ability to draw correctly. But first and before anything, one angle, straight line. And so you put dots like that, and don't be afraid, as I said to you, to ghost a little bit. See, I'm ghosting here, and if you're in digital, feel free to do it again until you reach the 2 dots, and it's by doing it again and again until you're happy with the result. That, see there, it's pretty much straight, but it didn't reach the dot, but I don't care, you know, it's straight, it's my point, and it's parallel to this one here, so it's all right. And you do it again, and you do it again. And at some point, you'll be like, okay, it's straight enough. It will probably not be straight enough at the first time, but over time, it will become better and better. So, this is the first exercise. I personally recommend to start with straight line without any dots, because it's a way to freeing the hand, and then to try to reach the dots. So, then you got an exercise for curves. Basically, curves are a little bit tricky, but what you can do is you place 3 dots, try to place them not too far away first, so not big curve like that, but more curve like this, for example, and you ghost a few times and you try to go through the 3 of them. Love the idea of connecting dots. Yeah, it's a really great exercise, and it's a really well-known exercise to practice, and it's actually fun and easy. So as you can see, and you can try to change, and feel free to change the orientation of your paper or your canvas to do it again, and see, and take the time, and you do that like for 2 or 3 minutes, and over time, and see, I missed it, I redo it again, missed it again. And when you feel comfortable with a few type of curve, you can invert the curve, so not on top but on bottom, and from left to right or right to left, and you will play with that, and you will try to do what you can do the best. There, and then you can do something like that, and try to not turn your paper. See, first try with something that you can do by being nice to yourself. So if it means turning the paper, turn it. If it means being slow, be slow, and do it the best you can. And then if you feel like, okay, I'm comfortable with it now, try something harder. So like, I'm not turning the paper even though I'm uncomfortable with this angle. Like that, I train the muscle which is here, I feel it working, to be able to control my hand correctly, to draw correctly the curve. So there, and here you go. And at some point you'll have like a half a page filled with this, and then at some point you'll be like, yeah, curve, like I can draw any type of curve, any type of orientation, and drawing any kind of of curve against curve against curve and curve going all over the place, and you'll be like, I can draw curves all around. So it will become handy at some point. Then the third exercise that you need to do, so the first one is here, the second one is here, is drawing rounds. This can be a little bit tricky. My advice is try to keep the pencil the more at an 80-degree angle, so perpendicular to the paper as possible. Not perfectly, it doesn't have to be perfectly, but the more it's faced to the paper, the better. So, see? And I'm ghosting. As you can see, I'm ghosting. I'm always ghosting. You have to ghost. You don't have to draw at the very first second that you put your pen on the paper, you know? There. And okay, this one is not great. And do it again. And again. And doing plenty. And and I'm changing a tiny bit my position on the paper to be able to draw them in a better way. And you know, and you change and you move and you try again. And then, and you draw little one and you draw big one. And they can be terrible sometimes, but it's okay, you know. Take the time to be as accurate as you can be. And when you feel that you've done a few that are okay, you can go to the next exercise. Are you actually trying to do them as we speak? And maybe you can send them to the live Twitch if you join the little Discord group. You don't have to, but it's just nice if you do. So yeah, this is the third exercise. And then once you've done that, what we will be doing is ellipses. So round, but I'm watching while traveling, but I'm gonna do them when I get home. Feel free to send them to me on Instagram if you do, because it will be interesting, and always nice to see people working. Okay, it's hard. So, and then you draw ellipses. Ellipses are a little bit tricky because this is not an ellipse. It's not. This is whatever you want. It's an eye at best, but it's not an ellipse. This is not an ellipse too. An ellipse has to have a really round side here, there. See? And you have to be able to draw them really narrow or really wide. And see? And as you can see, I always draw them in one angle because it's my main angle, and you can try to practice them in other angle, but in the end, it's what's really matter is that you can do at least in one angle. There. And it's okay if you go over. You got the overall shape, it's what's matter. There. And you can draw them freely. And then at some point, you can try another exercise, because there's two other exercises for ellipses. Tell me if I'm too fast, okay? Because I'm trying to be fast because there's a lot to cover, but not that fast that you can't follow. So, but basically you try to draw ellipses. This. And at some point, I have two other exercises for ellipses, which is basically there's two axes. An axis is an imaginary line going through the center of something. So here, it's the middle. It's an axis. It goes through the center of the ellipse. Why it's called that way. And this is called the axis, the major axis. And there is the minor axis. Major for greatest, the biggest, or the taller. I don't know, the one with the majeur. Well, major. So the major one, and the minor is the smallest one. And what you can do is, and as you can see, those goes to the center. So this part is equal to this part, and this part is equal to this part. And what you can do is you can draw a major axis like this. You draw at a 90-degree a minor axis like this. And now what you're trying to do is you're trying to draw the ellipse that is this wide and this tall, you know? And it's a bit hard, gonna be honest. Yeah, even myself struggle with that, so. Better. It doesn't have to be perfect, it has to be approximately correct, you know. And so you can do that more and more time. There. And you can do wider and so on and so on. And the other exercise that I cannot highly recommend enough to draw is basically what you have to do is you draw two straight lines like that. And what you're trying to do is imagine that this is an ellipse view from the very side, and here you have an ellipse which is not an ellipse, it's a round view from the very top. So imagine something that will do like that all the time, you know, like this. Hi Julie, welcome. And so what you are trying to do is to draw the ellipse going slowly from very narrow to very wide. Oh, the music stopped. There. And it can be a little bit hard. And there, and you can do multiple lines like that, and it's a really great exercise to actually try to be able to draw tons of ellipses. And right now, those are simple accuracy and training of your hand exercise. And you may be like, why do I need to practice those? Well, honey, if you want to be able to draw stuff like those, which I'm going to show you, you have to be able to draw cylinders in perspective. And cylinders in perspective has a ton of ellipses. Like there is a ton of ellipses all around. And if you want to draw them correctly, you have to practice those. So, you know, we never do any exercise for no reason. I know some people who be like, oh, you know, but those exercises are old. No, if we keep them, it's because they bring something. They may be not be bringing something as incredible as you might thought, but they always bring something. So trust a little bit the process. Or if you don't understand why you do something, ask. Don't just reject it because you don't know how it will apply. You know what I mean? Just ask, why are we doing that? Because I feel that I don't know what it will brings me in the end. And this is exactly what it will brings you. The ability to draw in volume and in 3D. And it's what we want. Drawing is the representation of the real world. The real world is in volume. You're not drawing just simple lines on paper. You're trying to mimic the real life 3D-esque style. You know what I mean? So those kind of exercises are really helping to do that. And so this is the exercise for A, and this is the exercise for B. And then there's this personal exercise that I do, which is more something that I just like to do, which is the same as ellipses, but trying to be consistent. So what it means is that I'm trying to draw an ellipse here, and I'm trying to draw an ellipse which is a tiny bit wider because it has perspective. Then I'm trying to connect them to draw a cylinder. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect as I'm just showing you. You know, it just has to be like kinda cylinder-esque. Sorry for interrupt. Not relative question. Which brush do you use in a regular basis? Do you have a specific brush pack, digital painting on Photoshop? I have a few that I've took from other pack or stuff, but I will talk about my digital settings just after this part. So don't worry, I will answer your question. And if you want my brushes, honestly, I will just take a few moments to explain to you how brushes doesn't matter. but I can feel how it may be important for you at the beginning, especially if you start with this atrocity, which I can paint with, but I hate it because it's way too digital. And it looks way too not like natural stuff, and personally I freaking hate it. So I understand why you might feel it's a little bit important to have something else, but honestly you can draw and paint with anything. So it's really not the brush that matters, like at all. And I'm going to show you why after, but don't worry, I'll still give you my brushes. So what I love to do is actually to draw, you know, a bunch of ellipses, a bunch of cylinders like that, and to try to be as accurate regarding the perspective as I can be. So that, see, and then I also draw freehand squares because I like it, and I feel it's really important, and it's something that I'm going to talk about the perspective part, which if you're lost about perspective, I'm going to explain to you very easily, like it will be simple AF. It's a very long live, I'm sorry about that, but honestly, if you don't understand perspective after that, I don't know how to explain it simpler, because it's simple AF, like for real. So, and I draw a ton of squares with straight line because it's funny, as I said, and I try to keep the perspective in mind. And this is just because I find it fun. And then the last exercise that I do is I call them the sun. Basically, you draw a circle in the center. And what you will be doing is that you will draw straight line from the exterior to the interior, from the exterior to the interior. So like this at any angle. And you have to control your hand while doing this. And you can see I do exterior, interior, and as you can see there's a few angles that I struggle a lot with. And you change your hand position and you practice this, and each time you'll practice it, you'll see an increase in your ability to draw straight line correctly in those specific angles. And this is a really hard exercise. It's not fun to do. You will have your hand in fire in literally 2 minutes, but this is really helping, and be patient. It will not become incredibly easy at the first try. I've done it tons of time and I'm still struggling. It is a very slow process. So just don't give up. Do those warm up each morning, and over time it will become better. And as you can see, I'm doing this motion, which is outside, inside, and then I do the same star inside out. So circle from interior to exterior, interior to exterior, here, here. Sorry. It hurts my hands so bad, you have no idea. But this is honestly a really great way to improve your accuracy and your ability to control correctly your pencil. As you can see, this angle is terrible for me. There. And you can do a few like that. And here we go. You got basically these 6 exercises. And so you got the straight line from dots, the curved line from dots, the circle, the ellipses that you can do like this and with this. And then you got a few bunch of geometrical shape that you do for fun, because I feel after the ellipses it's a little bit nice to apply it directly and to have a little bit of fun with simple geometric elements. And then this nightmare. And when you're done, normally what I would recommend is you take the time to just like, okay, whatever, I'm drawing whatever on paper, I'm not focusing on what I'm doing. You just unwrap your hand and your wrist and everything, and you're like, okay, your face, or I don't know, an eye or whatever. And you draw whatever you just like drawing, and you don't even focus. You're just not trying to be perfect, you're just trying to just feel free with your hand. There and it doesn't have to be pretty, you don't care at this point, you're just trying to be like, okay, I feel my hand. And there you go, you got your warm-up. I think it took more than 10 minutes by explaining, but honestly it's something that really takes 10 to 15 minutes. You put a little bit of music while you're doing that, or you're listening to, I don't know, whatever, and you just do it. and it's fine. And in the end, you'll feel like you can control whatever your hand is trying to do. I'm going to show you a really quick speed paint. A really quick video of it. Like I've recorded myself one time doing this, and it's really something that you can do. You know, like really simple, and you're not trying to be too hard on yourself, and you know, just trying to warm your hands. And this will over time increase your accuracy. So we do this for 10 minutes or so before we start drawing, or 10 minutes per exercise. No, you do that 10 minutes in total. Like you don't have time for that. What you want to do is to draw. But this, if you do 10 minutes every morning before starting to draw, first of all, you will feel that your hand is warm, so you can start to draw with more accuracy. Hey, next follower here, thanks for the simple warm-ups exercise. Oh, my pleasure. And thank you for following me. That's really nice of you. So, and you do that every morning, but if you do that 10 minutes or 15, depending on the time that you need, but if you... Et merci pour les streams, ça me fait plaisir, je t'en prie. And if you need 10 to 15 minutes to just do them, but correctly, over time, like in a year or so, or even in a few months, you will see an increase, that you will see that you have more control of your pencil. And it's really not something that you can learn just like that, except if you're willing to do those kind of exercise for like 2 weeks straight, which you will feel were the longest 2 weeks of your life, because I have a father who went into an architecture school, and this is what he had to do. He said, worst 2 weeks of my life. But he can draw a straight line like that, and it's 40 years later, and he don't draw on a regular basis, but it's just there right now. So he's enabled to forget how to do it now. But honestly, it's just boring AF. So just do it on a regular basis, and you will see improvement. That and the few advice that I gave to you, which is to be patient and to take the time to do your sketches nice and softly. The best kind of art practice, PTSD. I know a friend who has a really funny things to say. We agree that the best artists in the world are the Chinese and the Russian. And what he says that seems like dictatorship has it good on artists. The fact that they are scared all the time for their life make them practice harder. And it's a really dark humor, but I love this joke. So before going to the next part, which will be perspective, shapes and forms, what I'm going to show you, it's a little bit how to go from, well, drawing on paper to digital. And I'm going to try to be as quick as possible, so be aware of what's going on here. First, and before anything, let's say that I'm gonna close this one. We're gonna start from the very top. So you have here, you have, I don't know the name, it's probably like folders here. You got new. Sorry to interrupt. Will these old tutorials necessarily be put on the YouTube channel? Old tutorial? You mean this video? Well, I still have to do my YouTube channel, but they will be there for 2 weeks, so you can rewatch them if that's what you want. And at some point, I'd probably put them on a YouTube channel. I just have to wrap my head around the idea of putting my lives on a YouTube channel without having a proper YouTube channel on the side, which I find a little bit bothering to me, but it's alright. So, new. As I said, I personally start with this ratio, which I personally prefer, with a 300 dpi. This is really important because it's something that you'll need if you try to print your drawing. So, color RGB, because we're working on a computer. If you have to print, you'll have to put it on, in French it's CMGN, in English it's CW magenta and black, so CYMN, something like that. But as we work on a computer, the screen colors are red, green and blue. So not RGB but RGB. and so you have to keep that way. So personally I start with this ratio, but I start with this ratio to do in the very first things, increase it by 300%. You can decide if it's pixel or percent or inch or centimeter or whatever. And it's because like that I have a really big canvas, and it's really important that you always start with the biggest canvas that you can. So here that it's in image, size of the image here. Then you have your big canvas, Control S. I personally never lost any work because I have a Control S on absolute, like I don't control it. I control this by, honestly, I almost hit the Control S as often as I blink. Not to be like exaggerating or stuff. It's so much out of my personal control at this point that I Control S my website or anything around me, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't be doing that right here. So, which is insanely great because when my boyfriend comes like, oh no, the power was out, have you lost anything? I'm like, come on, what do you expect me to lose something? Like, I can't lose any type of work, which is really great. So, and the first things first, you save it. You increase the size if it wasn't wide enough, and to my personal experience, it has to be around 3K minimum. I personally go around 5K or 6K. And the first thing that you do, you save it. It's one of the best advice that someone gave me when I was in my first year of art school. Save it. You will thank me later. Take this as really seriously, save it. You don't want to lose it because you did something which is so easy to misplace. Is Control W. It means that you will close without saving whatever you were doing, or that it will ask you to save, but if you misclick and you say yes, you will lose everything. So you save before anything. You give it a name, so Twitch canvas, there you go. And then you can breathe. So I'm going to start without anything here. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to put everything out. Let's start with something as inexistent as possible. What you will need will be found in your window here. It's called fenêtre in French, but it's window. And here you'll have the tools at the very bottom, outils in French. So this toolbar that you can take, you can put them whatever you want. You just slide and it will be gripped to the side. And then personally how I work is I have colors. So this normally comes alone. I have my colors. Personally, I don't use this wheel, I use this extension, but here, your colors will appear normally something like this or a little bit like, I don't know. They can appear differently, and there will probably not be that big, but they will be like that. But if you click here, you have the chromatic wheel, which is this, which you need and you want if you paint. I personally, as I said, use this extension, which is a paid extension, but it's really cheap, so whatever. I'm going to put this here because it has something else that I personally like. There, not like that, sorry. I'm going to just take this and put it here. The rest, okay. So I then open my brushes. In French it's pinceau, so for you it's in the B, for me it's in the P. So brushes, so it will become just like that. Those are the different brushes that you can use. I personally do put them underneath, and what I also open is my historic, so H historic, which is here, and I put it on the side here personally. And then you open your brush's parameter. So it will probably be around B or something like that. And in French, it's paramètre de forme, which doesn't make any sense because those are pencils, but this is brush whatever. And so those are the settings of your brushes. If you want to change something on your brushes, you'll need them. So I personally take them and I put them here. So I have my brushes here, I have my parameter here if I need to edit them, and I have my historic if I want to change something. So then I personally have my layers. So in French it's calque, so it's in C. Calque, but for you it's in L. So here, and I put them here. And that's it for what I have on the side. I also have this little something here, which is the little button called navigation. I don't keep them open all the time, but it's a little window, which you can still find here in navigation, which will show you what's on your canvas, but in a very smaller version of it. So like that. And this is really helpful if you want to see things from the distance. So, this being said, this is how I organize myself personally. Now, what you have is a white canvas. So if you draw straight on it, you will have your pencil stroke on your paper, and it will be a little bit like if you were drawing on real paper, so you can't detach your drawing from the background. So I do a new layer, and I would like to add that if you're not working on Photoshop, you can still find everything that I'm talking to you on your own software. I'm just working personally on Photoshop. So you do a new layer, and this new layer will make you able to, let's say that you draw this, will make you able to move things without having to move the rest. So it's a little bit like if you were drawing on a transparent layer. And so like that, let's say I draw this and I want to put it a little bit on the side, I can move it without moving the rest. It's really basic, you know. So now that I have a layer, I will be using a brush. The brush shortcut is B. And if you don't know which shortcut is, you can click on the tool, and you have the little shortcut that is assigned to it on the side. So here you can increase or decrease the size of your brush. As you can see, it's a little bit well, not really helping because you have to go on the side and go on top and go on the side and go it's a little bit time consuming. There is two options to increase or decrease your size brush. I hope seriously that I'm not going too fast. Which is Alt. As you can see, I'm not clicking. I see you. I think you can see the Alt. I'm just pressing the button Alt on my keyboard, but I'm not clicking with my pencil. You're fine, it's a good speed, perfect. And you right click with your mouth, for example, or your little stylus. So you Alt, right click, and if you go from left to right, you can increase or decrease the size of your brush. So I want a really small brush, I can do that. Well, it's too small, I can do that. And if I want a really big brush, I can do that. This has also an option to increase or decrease the opacity of your brush if you go from top to bottom. I personally never use this option. Never. I don't touch this thing. It's my way to do it. So here you go. I'm going to start with the simplest brush there is, which is the round brush. I'm even going to do that. So let's say you start with a really, really simple round brush, which is perfectly hard. So no opacity and no ability to do, you know, really soft things with it, which is this option here, you know. And you can't draw like with a little bit of transparency or being softer if you press lighter or being harder if you press harder. So let's start with this very first option, which is your round brush. There is something that you need to take into account, which is a brush like that, it's called hard. it means that the way it will end will be like a wall, you know. And there is this kind of brush which is called soft, which, as you can see, has a way to fade over the pressure that you put. So this is hard, this is soft. Now, this brush is a freaking trap. It's a trap for you. You want to be able to draw really soft gradient, for example. This is not what you need to use for now. You need to be able to do them by another way, and I'm going to show you how. So, you have a really hard brush, but you can't draw anything with that. You need to have a little bit of pressure opacity. This is this little button here, if you don't know in Photoshop. If you click on it, what it will make you is that it will make your drawing really transparent and soft if you press slightly, and really bold and dark if you press heavily on your paper. It's a little bit like with a normal pencil, you know. Press a lot, it will be really dark, and if you press really lightly, it will be really soft. And it's the same. And it's this little button here. This button is basically this option here. It's in transfer, and it's pressure of the brushes, I think. And as you can see, if I unclick it, it's deactivated here. It's a variation of the opacity. And if I click on it again, it appears. And this option is basically your ability to draw with a little bit of transparency in it. As you can see, it has a really soft, but not soft as the round soft brush I just showed you earlier. It's a little bit different from this, as you can see. Still with me? I hope so, seriously. So there's another option I personally don't use because I don't like it, but you can like it and it's fine. It's an option which is called form dynamic in English, and what it does, it makes a variation of size depending on how much you put pressure on your pencil. What it means is that without it, no matter how hard or soft I draw, it keeps the same size. But if I activate this option, if I draw heavily, it will be big, but if I draw softly, as you can see, it will become very little. And it changes the size of your brush. It's really, really simple. But this is basic 101 for everyone being lost in digital. And I know that a lot of people, what they need to have to be able to do sketches which are correct is those two options apply. So you take a brush. I personally suggest you put it at the size of something like a normal pencil that you would have, which is very little. So don't draw with this size. No one draw with a pencil that is that big, honestly. And what I would recommend is you take a color which is not black. You take a gray, because your pencil is gray. So you try to mimic what's in real life. And then you draw from a very, very small size, and you try to be gentle. There. And then you can sketch. See? And you can have sketches which are way nicer than if you try to sketch from this. You know, this is way bigger. It's like if you were trying to sketch with Crayola. It's not something that you do in real life. You're drawing with a really thin pencil tip, you know. So you try to keep your brush as little as possible, which being the correct size, and then you can try to draw and construct things and take the time and be gentle with your pencil and be patient and so on and so on. See? So, is it clear for everyone? At least to the people who were unable to, or were not familiar with drawing on digital. This being said, and I really hope it was clear, and if someone could be able to answer me, I would find it really nice, because otherwise I feel quite alone, I'm going to be honest. Do we have to keep our pencils small size? Well, if you sketch, yes. I mean, to me, I think it's better, because if you, I don't know for you, but personally, I can't sketch for shit if I like that, like very, like, if you like it that way, why not, you know, but it's not too big, but I don't know for you, but I feel it's well, to the people who are like, I don't like the way my sketches look on digital, well, maybe try to be the closest to what you're actually doing on paper, because that's what you like, obviously. So, and if you draw with something as heavy and as big as this size of brush, well, you're really far away from what you're doing with the pencil. Would you recommend the pencil option instead of the brush one for sketches? I don't use the pencil option, so I can't say. But no, I paint with the brushes and it's fine, you know, it's just a matter of size. Because, you see, I don't change the brush, but the same sketches with the smaller brushes, well, feel way more like a sketch. Because it's smaller, or a little bit more like a pencil tip, you know. So. Would you still turn off the size pressure when you're doing line art? I tend to struggle with keeping the lines as consistent as I draw. Personally, I don't do line art, so it's a little bit hard for that, but when I was doing them, the turn off the size pressure, no, if you do line art, keep them. Because this will bring a lot of variation in your way to draw, and it's really pretty, and it's something that you want to keep if you do line art. But I personally hate this option, and I don't do line art, so I step away from it. But honestly, it heavily depends of what you're trying to achieve with the styles that you want. For example, this brush has a really, you know, it's wide on the side, but it's really thin on when it's go from top to bottom, and you can have really pretty variation without the option activated, you know, because the brush is like that. But if you have something round like this, of course it's going to be way too much bold and way too, if it's something that you want, keep it. But if you want a little bit of variation, you have to activate this option, because like that you can have a little bit of changing over your line art. Ideally, I like to move away from line art, but I'm not sure how to paint without. Aha! I'm here to explain it if I have the time, because this is taking eternity, but I'm going to show you how to paint without line art. I know, shocking. What could you do without me? Find it on the internet, but I'm here for help. So, so yeah, that's the option that you need to know. This, I'm talking about sketching. I'm talking about drawing, I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about painting, okay? I'm talking about the fact that you take the time to construct and to put things together and to put them correctly in perspective with as few lines as possible. I'm not, seriously, and I insist on this, I am not talking about painting, because I personally change my settings when I paint from when I draw, and I don't use the same method. So, and I feel obviously I'm right, because I'm God, you know, basically. For the few of the assistants who thought I was serious, welcome. I'm Julie, and I love sarcasm. Okay, you get this. Normally it's the same word in English, so you get it. Oh my God, it's so hard to speak in English. So, you get the overall idea, you got your pencil, and as you can see from the beginning, I've been using a few things in addition to my pencil. I'm using, of course, the eraser, which is E on the keyboard, E. And I'm using this, which I hardly use, but whatever. And I'm also using L, which is the lasso tool there. And I'm using it to move things around or to select them and to erase them. So it's this and it's L. So I'm sketching. I'm sketching, it's really important. But oh no, I don't like the render of this brush. I feel you, it looks way too digital. Where is this little grain that will off so much on my pen and paper stuff? Ah, I feel you. You got multiple options for that. What you can do is you can have brush who has a little bit of texture in it. Do you use a soft or hard eraser? Honestly, depend of the type of the time of the month and the island and how the stars are aligned. Honestly, like for a month, I've been drawing with this brush solely, without this option activated. So I was basically drawing like that, and then I changed my option here. Which is my pencil sensibility. By the way, if you feel your canvas is like if you, for instance, this is the normal settings. I personally draw really lightly. Like I have a really light hand and I try to be delicate, you know, because I'm a woman, it has nothing to do with it, but whatever. But if I put the settings on normal in my this, what I'm working with, it has a name and I have a brain freeze because my periods are not far away, so my hormones are like whatever, you're gonna be stupid now. A tablet, for God's sake, oh my god. So graphic tablet, thank you. Yeah, so like hormones, life, period, yeah. Being a woman, amazing, whatever. But if I put them on the normal settings, if I press lightly, as you can see, I'm drawing way too heavily on my canvas. I've just made a little shark. There. Sorry, I had to. But as you can see, it's way too heavy for me. So the option that I have, I worked like that for a very long time, which was a little bit on the soft side. And now I'm working like this because I've noted that I'm still way too hard on the paper. So as you can see now, if I do it slowly, I'm gonna erase it. It's very gentle and very soft, and this is what I want, and I want this level of, you know, little softness in your ability to draw, because it's really important when you draw and it's really important when you paint. So the shark is beautiful. Thank you. There, it's a little sharky. You're adorable. So cute. Do you find it will be easier to understand me if I speak with the Frenchiest accent as possible, or is my English accent pretty okay? Because I feel it's very ridiculous to speak this way, you know? It's a little side note. I'm going to put it a little bit down because it's a bit too up. Yes, I have a very French accent if I want to, but I feel it's incredibly terrible, so whatever. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of French people speak like that, and all French people are like, you are ridiculous. It's crazy how much your voice just changed. Oh, you, like, my French voice is so much deeper than my English voice, which makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense because I'm, like, English is a deep voice kind of language. But non, mais vraiment, genre, c'est un truc de malade à quel point ma voix est hyper... J'ai pas du tout la même... I really don't have the same voice in English and in French. J'ai pas du tout la même voix en français qu'en anglais, c'est abusé. Reminds me of my fellow colleague at the dorm, haha. Oh my god, he's so cute, thank you! I didn't see the little shark. But I feel you, like, having people speaking all the languages is, like, way different. So, continuing. So you have to be sure it doesn't have to be these exact settings. It depends on your tablet, but you have to see on the driver and you have to adapt about your own sensitivity. Some people, actually it's the opposite. I'm not way too light, I'm way too heavy on my pencil. And a lot of people are way too light on their pencil, and they have to adapt like that when they draw something very lightly on their pencil. The canvas is able to recognize the sensitivity. So I'm personally someone who press my pencil like I'm supposed to kill it for some reason. Maybe all the anger from the past trauma, I don't know, but so French accent is perfect. Je parle français. Hello, salut, et oui, merci, c'est gentil, c'est le plus beau accent français, ça rase que tu peux imaginer. But hopefully I don't keep my accent when I speak English. PTSD power. Oh no, it was 2%, sorry. So, but hopefully I don't keep my accent when I speak English. It's great if you don't keep it, because honestly I can hear mine and it's terrible. PTSD power, yeah, the power of PTSD, you know. Like, oh my god! It has a lot of effect on you, and no, you don't wake up in the middle of the night with nightmares. It's not always, you know. A few times a week, but you know, it's life. I have issues, so whatever. About the question about my soft brush, and if I use a soft brush as an eraser. Honestly, nowadays, yes. But it depends of how Saturn is in is looking toward the sun, and how the moon is placed, about how the lights decide to be, and how the size of the moon is affecting the ways the waves are made on the earth, you know. It's sometimes I'm like, it's nice, and I keep it that way. I wake up in the middle of the night during cylinders in perspective. Oh my god, oh my god. Little side joke. You know you're a professional in what you're doing when you have real life, when you see in real life your work. For example, you're looking at, I don't know, this, and you're just drinking your coffee, you know, you're like, oh yeah, I see it's a freaking cylinder, and I could do it that way, and the curve is that way, and you see everything like that. When we were learning 3D with my boyfriend when we were in art school, we were looking at every building like, oh, okay, I see, so it's a square, and I should extrude there and there, and I could put edge loop here and there, and I put it that way, and then I have to put things up, and so you don't see life normally. You see life as it's what you learned. So it's really funny. So about my eraser brush. Nowadays I work with this brush a lot, which I've stopped using for a long time for some reason, but I use this one to draw, and I personally use this one to paint. I don't know why. I just like this one for now. I may change. Oh my god, this is so much a strange accent. I'm so sorry about that. So, and for some reason my eraser is the soft brush right now, but it depends. For a long time it was this brush, if I can, it was this one, which is a hard brush, and now I changed, and I don't know why, but And this is one of the things that I'm going to show you, and I'm really happy to show it to you now. It's brush does not matter at all. Like at all. Like no. Like you can do anything that you want with one brush with another. It will brings a little bit of difference in the render, but in the end, the brush doesn't make the art. And I have proof. So, I studied film and movie are ruined. Yeah, I feel you. Like I've studied animation, and now I'm looking at animation, and I'm looking like a KD Eclipse from League of Legends, and sometimes like, oh god, what happened to this move? I don't know when. I feel you. But I'm going to show you a few examples of drawing, which all has a different kind of brush that I used to make them. So, and this is a hard proof that brushes means nothing. And I feel it's really important that people understand that, because in each and every post that I made, there's someone asking me, what brushes did you use? And I'm like, I can tell you if you like the texture of it, and I always answer because I'm a nice, polite person, but I want to say, you know, it won't change your bad drawing. You know that. Like, you know it. And it's... But it's okay, you know, we all made these mistakes when we were young, so... finding the example, so... yeah. This drawing, which you may know if you follow me on Instagram, was made purely with this brush, from A to Z. This brush, which has this effect when it's slided. Completely from A to Z. This drawing, I'm looking at it, I'm searching. Oh yeah, I know where to find it. This drawing was made from A to Z, completely with this brush. Yeah. Which looks like this when you slide, when you try it. This drawing was made with two brushes, which has a little bit the same effect. From A to D with those two brushes, which is this one and this one, which is basically the same brush, but this one has a little bit of texture in it, while this one is the original one. But it's the same brush and one with a little bit of texture in it. And I have another example, which is the one time I painted with the round setting brush that everyone has in every software, which is this one. Hi, thank you for following me in default. Thank you and welcome. And this drawing was solely without any smudge tool, without anything else except layers or a lasso tool or stuff like that. It was purely made out of this brush. This one. No other than this one. This one and this option and my ability to blend and do gradient. When I say brush doesn't matter, I mean it. I mean it in a really, really, really serious way. The brush doesn't make the difference. You can use whatever brush that you want. It can be hella hard, it can be hella soft, it can be whatever. And I honestly know now how to paint completely with the soft brush. I'm gonna be honest, it's a bit tricky, but I can do it. I've made it one time, because why not? And it's when I've made this little egg. I painted it completely with selection and soft brush. That's it. Love the priest woman in the process, and you put on Facebook, by the way. Thank you, that's really nice. So honestly, use whatever brush you want. It's a matter of what type of render you like. I personally have different kind, which I use on different occasion, because I like the texture and not because I'm trying to find a way to apply it correctly. Because I just know how to draw and I know how to use my brushes depending on the situation. But one advice that I could give you, and I feel it's true, is this brush, this one, alright, is not your friend. When you're a beginner, stay away from this brush. This brush here, when you're a beginner, is your enemy. I'm seriously saying what I'm saying. There's a few situations which are insanely specific when you draw, where you're going to use this brush, which is basically when you try to shade a sphere, because you basically do it that way. You like that. As you can see, I'm not like that here. I'm outside and I'm using the gradient of this brush to be able to create shades and volume. And eventually, if you're doing here like this, so you can have a little bit more volume and so on and so on. But it's the one of the rare situation where you use this kind of brush, this or when you want a really soft gradient, which means that like, for instance, you want to, I don't know, like, as I said, you want to have a really soft gradient here, and you want it to be extremely gentle, you're gonna use this brush. But this it's honestly those kind of type of situation that you will use that, but you can do it by hand too, honestly. Like, I can personally do it by hand. For example, let's erase it completely. And I highly recommend you learn to do it by hand, because it will, first of all, brings way more little imperfection in your drawing, which is what you want to create something that is nice and pretty and has a lot of character, not character, a lot of personality. If you want something that is speaking to people, little imperfection are great. It's what brings life to it. But honestly, you have to be able to do gradient by hand. It's really important that you are able to do it. As you can see, I'm not using a smudge tool. Can use a smudge tool, but honestly, I recommend to learn how to do it without it, because it can be an easy solution, and you have to be able to do it because you can't always use a tool to help you in those cases. And then I recommend that you learn to do all your gradient by hands. And honestly, if you're able to do something like that, and you're able to spend a little bit of time on making sure everything is all right, you can end up you take your smudge tool and you can end up, trying to clean every little piece of thing that are not perfectly in place, because you don't have the time for this kind of stuff, And you got something clean, But honestly, learn to do it without, because this brush, when you're a beginner, is the biggest mistake that you can do, because you don't know how to properly use your brushes and how to paint and how to draw. By doing things correctly at first, to be able to use those brushes. Honestly, the few people that I know who use correctly the round soft brushes are Chinese, and Chinese are the best in drawing in the world. And they are the only people that I know who use round soft brushes on everything all the time solid. They are Chinese and they are amazing and they can do it perfectly. But it's a really hard brush to manage, even though it seems like incredibly simple to control it. It's not. So use your ability to draw and to do gradient by hand. There. This being said, and there is another rule: when you're a beginner, there are 3 things you step away from. These brushes, pure black and pure white, that you can see obviously because the background is white, but stay away from pure black and pure white. You never touch those colors. This side here, you never go any further than that, and if you use the square version, you never go up there. This part here is bend. Like, you never go there. It's the best way to have a muddy render. So, because I have to go over other things now, I'm going to move away from the canvas and the pencil and drawing, but I hope you understand and that you find it useful. So here you go. The rest of the explanation, yeah. Not that because it's not necessary. So now, shapes and form. Yeah, I said it was going to be a big one because it's something really big and heavy. Fundamentals are a bit all over the place and are extremely important. But next step, and welcome to the few people who arrived. This live will be broadcast for 2 weeks on my channel if you want to see the beginning of it. Basically, what I show them is the importance of good sketching, how to do a good sketch, and a few exercises on how to improve your accuracy by drawing, like your drawing accuracy and how to do straight lines and curved lines correctly. So that, and a pretty much short explanation on how to use correctly your interface in digital and what are important. So now, shapes and form. An object is not a flat surface. It's incredibly important. It's a volume. It's in volume. So it means that an object has a defined form. So this is not a ball. It's closer, but it's not yet. This is a ball. Ball has a volume. An arm has a volume. A head has a volume. A nose has a volume. Everything has a specific volume. You have to respect the fact that this thing has a volume. Quick example. I'm going to take those. This, I'm going to do a head. There. This is very quick, so I'm not press you there. This is a head, and so on. I want to draw a neck to this head. If I draw this, do you feel it looks like a neck? Maybe, like it could be. To me, it looks way more like a neck plus the part which is the, in French it's trapeze, but the muscles which are here. But this, for example, could not be a neck. Why? Because it's not close enough to what a neck looks like. Like, it's as simple as that. This could be a neck. This can be a neck. Hi, Maquat, thank you for following me. Thank you so much and welcome. So this can be a neck. Even this can be a neck. But this can't be a neck. Why? Because it's way too far away from what a neck is. Neck is basically a cylinder. It can be curved a little bit inward, but it's almost never, except if you're really far, curved that way. And even further away if it's really curved that way. That doesn't look like a neck. And I know plenty of beginners are saying, yeah, but you know, it's my style. First of all, you have to understand that, you see, when you were drawing like 5 years ago, when you look at your ability to draw now, you're like, oh my God, this was terrible, but I couldn't see it back then. Imagine that when professionals look at what you're doing right now, we see it from the perspective that we were drawing like you back then. And we can clearly see that what you did there is not style. It's mistake. So you have to take that into consideration. The fact that there is a massive difference between being stylized and being accurate. You can be stylized and accurate at the same times. And this is, like I said, the example of the neck, because you have to look like something believable. Another example. If I draw an arm like that, like, sure, oh my God, I can't draw bad. So, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to brag here. It's just that when I was doing the example on my lessons, I found out that drawing bad and drawing something inaccurate was harder for me than drawing something accurate without trying. So I'm like, I'm too experienced on my stuff. I can't draw badly anymore. Not, as I said, not to brag. It's just, I know I draw tons of stuff bad, but so I don't know. So I'm trying to draw an arm. If I draw this, it still can be an arm, but as you can see, it's a little bit way too far away from an arm, you know? Because an arm is basically two cylinders with a joint in the middle and another cylinders like that. So if I step away too far away from it, or if I don't follow a set of rules, it becomes bad. For example, if I do that, it doesn't look like an arm anymore, because it's too far away from it. And this brings me the reason why you have to know rules before to break them. I showed an example to a friend a few days ago, which was I draw her the face based on the Lumi's face construction. You can find it by typing this. It's Lumi head construction. It's basically bonjour Julie. Bonjour! Welcome! Basically what you do is that you construct things like that. So I'm going to quickly construct a face. It's not going to be perfect because I'm trying to be fast here, but you'll get the idea. So here's my face. Okay, and the nose. Okay, and I'm going to put here. The nose part, then I'm going to the eyebrows, mouth, keep it simple. I'm not incredibly accurate to the trying to give. Go here, here. I apply here almost everything that I know regarding face construction, which are proportion, how to build them, and everything. But I'm not going to explain this. It will be for another live. But here you go, and I'm going to put the eyes now. And you know, eyes can be a little bit bigger, fine. Other eyes. And to make them accurate another. And as you can see now, I have something which is not perfect because I made it really fast, but it's believable. Know what I mean? Like, you can feel that the face is not to the point where it's so badly proportionate, like the proportions are pretty okay, you know, it's not perfect, it's not accurate to perfect reality, but it works, you know? Now, what happens if I only take the eyes and I say, oh, but I want the eyes to be lower? Because I want. And I put them there. You see there is a problem. But do you know why there is a problem? The problem is I absolutely fucked up all the proportion because there is rule in anatomy. Because underneath the face there is a skull which has pocket for eyes, which you can see here. See, the globes go inside this, and it means that it has to have proportion and placement regarding where the cheekbones are, where the nose ends, where the nose starts, and so on and so on and so on. So if I just decide to move the eyes and that's it, it looks weird. But if I know how to change everything so it doesn't look weird anymore, which I know means having the nose shorter, and moving the ears because the ears has to be correctly placed, so like that. And eventually, if you want to keep the head as big, keep it that way, but if you want to have the head a little bit lower, like this, for example, and being a little bit accurate about the proportion, but in a shorter way, you can have something believable. So let's do a before after. You're going to ignore this part, but before, after, and it works. It works because I know what to change and how to change it and where to change it and at which point I can change it to make it believable. And that is the reason why you need to know the rules before to break them, because if you don't know the rules, you're going to break them badly. And it's going to look weird. And it's going to look like you don't know what you're doing. It's a little bit like if you don't know how comment ça s'appelle, les vitres hyper colorées dans les cathédrales. Those. Les vitraux. Okay, so if you don't know how those are made, it's basically people who are cutting with a very specific pressure and very specific angle little pieces of glass, and they put them together to create a big piece in puzzles. If you don't know how to break the glass, and if you don't know which pressure at which point, starting from where to apply to the glass you're using, you will just break it completely. It's the same in drawing. If you don't know what to move or what to change or how to apply it or to make it bigger or smaller or whatever, and you don't know how to make it coherent with the rest, you're going to break your glass and it's going to look weird. And I feel this is a really great example because this head, even though it may look a little bit strange, works. I mean, it's not the conventional proportion that you can have in someone's face, but it still works. You can like or dislike it, but you can't say that it's incorrect. But yet, it's not the same proportion as real life. So when I say, know the rules before to break it because otherwise you're going to make mistakes, and when I say, no, it's not a stylistic choice, it's a mistake, my man, believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I just know, because I've learned it, and so I know how to break them now. I'm not God, I haven't got 30 years of experience behind my back, but I overall know what I'm talking about. So I can be better, and I'm still listening to the people who have 20 years of experience behind them, because obviously they know better than me, but I still know a few things. So shapes is important because it represents volume, so it represents something in volume. And as it's something in volume, the form is defined by its perspective. And I can see that it's been like 2 hours, so it's insanely long. I'm so sorry about that, but you have to be able to draw your things in perspective and to be correct when you draw them in perspective. And that's why I put them in this order, is because you need to be able to control correctly your pencil, you need to be able to draw your curve, to draw your straight line, and then you'll be able to draw your balls and your squares and your thing. And then, when you'll be able to do that, you'll be able to construct complex shape. And when you'll be able to do that, you'll be able to draw things in volume and to paint them. But because the base will be incredibly clean and stable. So, perspective. This perspective is hella wrong. And I know a lot of people that I showed this drawing are like, oh, but the cylinder seems cylindric. And I'm like, hell no, it doesn't. But to me, it jumped to my eyes. And no, it's incorrect. And the perspective is really incorrect. It's closer to what it's supposed to look like, but it's way incorrect. Way too much. But this one, it's correct. And it's not perfectly accurate, it's just close enough, you know? It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be believable. And this one is great. So, I'm literally going to take 10 minutes to explain all perspective, And you're going to see how insanely simple it is. So if you want to understand a little bit better about perspective, it's perfectly the moment right now to listen to me carefully. And I see that 2 people run away, so I'm guessing bye-bye. You don't want to learn perspective? Okay. But honestly, it's really simple. Who has struggled with perspective? Maybe take the time to answer me. If some of you have struggled with it or feel it's a little bit complicated and you don't fully understand how it works. Me? Yeah. I was like you. Basically, how perspective works. The first thing that you need to understand is that it works regarding something that we call the horizon line. A bit, especially when applied to anatomy. I feel it. So, horizon line is what you see when you go to the sea. You know, you're in front of the full sea or ocean, and you see the very moment the ground is differentiated, like you see the limit of the ground and it's the sky which starts. This is the horizon. The horizon is an imaginary line which separates the ground and the sky. That's it. That's what it is. And what you need to know is that the horizon line is placed where your eyes are. So you can be looking down or up if you are straight. Whenever you're sitting or you're up, whenever your eyes are, it's where the horizon stops. It's purely in front of you. And so what it means is that basically, this is your eyes here. This is where I'm usually struggling with vanishing point. Okay, but I will go from there. So basically what it means is that whenever you are, your eyes are at the level of the horizon. And even if you look up on something, it's not where you look that matters, it's the level of your eyes regarding the ground. So if you go down, the horizon will go down, but if you just up and down like that your head, it won't change the horizon line. So there's that. So it's basically your eye level. There. And from this, you have to understand that life is made of basically 3-dimension objects, which is height, I think. So, how wide things are. I think hauteur, largeur, profondeur. So height, 8. Yep. Then largeur, width. Get it? And depth. There. Those words are terrible to pronounce for. So. And what you need to understand is that when something in real life, well, when you look at something in real life, what happens is that it has a depth. And what happened when there is depth is that line seems to go to an imaginary point. And this is what we call a vanishing point. What it shows is depth, actually. If you look at this, for example, you can see that this line go to an imaginary point there, and this line go to an imaginary point there. And it seems like they are converging to one point in the infinite behind me. And this is a phenomenon, this is something that you can observe in real life. For example, I'm going to show you a few examples of photos of it. For example, if I'm showing you this picture, you can clearly see that even though normally those lines are perfectly parallel. The fact that they go away from you means that the object becomes smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller because it goes away from you. And this had the effect to, if the object is one single object, to make it seems like it becomes smaller and smaller, and so the lines go closer and closer to one another. Actually, it's something that you see like that as something a little bit strange because it's one object and you're like, why are the line going all together to one point? But if I was going to draw different kind of object to one another, it won't seem that strange to you. For example, I'm drawing a square here. There, you got a square. And if I'm drawing another square here, it doesn't seem strange to you that this square is smaller than the first square here. But if it's one single object, it may seem weird. But it just, imagine this as a ton of little objects to one another, and what it means, it becomes smaller as it go away from you. It's as simple as that, and the effect, it creates an object which converges to one single point. I don't know if I make myself clear. Do I? I hope so. Because I can explain it a little bit better in French, but honestly it's a little bit hard to explain it in English. But the idea is that the further away from you it goes, the smaller it will be. And it has the effect to, well, reorient the line to make them become smaller and smaller. And so it brings them to one single point. It's how it works. Is it clear? I hope it is, because it's a little bit... You know, I think my way to explain it is that it's joining at some point because it's becoming smaller and smaller. And you can imagine that in the infinite, it's so small that it connects. You know what I mean? Yes? Okay. So, the difference between perspective at 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points. Basically, it's incredibly simple. A perspective at 1 point is a perspective that exists only regarding depth. It's only a matter of depth. So it means that your perspective won't change about about the height of it and the width of it. So what it means is that you have a single point, generally in the center of a composition, and you'll have your object, which will be purely in front of you, so like a normal square, but the depth of it will be affected by perspective. And what it does is that each and every side of it, each part which go in the distance, will reach this vanishing point in the middle. So this is where the line will be connected, and it's the, as I said, the 1 point perspective. It's called 1 point because it only has one vanishing point. And a vanishing point, if we look at the definition of vanishing, it means disappear, becoming zero. And it's because here there is no difference between any line. Everything, it comes to a single point. So what does it mean? That means that nothing will change except depth. So if I draw, let's say for example a cylinder, I have a pure round in front of me here, and I have every other side which is not purely in front of me, so the depth being different. But here it's a pure round. If I draw a rectangle, I will have a completely normal rectangle. So here it's 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree. So it's a normal rectangle, but the part which is going away from me is going to change. So it only affects depth. Is it clear? I know it can be a really tricky subject, so I'm trying to be really more. If I have to over explain it, I will, because it's so important, because the second you got that, the rest will become magic. So I'm taking really the time to explain this phenomenon. Oh, is it clear? I hope so, as you answer me. Yes? Okay, perfect. But honestly, if you struggle, tell me. I don't mind re-explaining it, okay? What happened if you don't put the point in the middle of the horizon? Well, nothing. Because as I mean, I could put it here, for example. But as it only affects the depth of it, well, it won't change this part here, you see. So it doesn't have to be in the middle of the horizon. It just, we say middle of the horizon because it's something that you generally see. I'm searching for an example. It's generally something that you see when you're in the middle of a street or the middle of something. As you can see, everything go in the distance in the very middle of it, and it's because it's something that in nature you observe when you're that you observe when you're in the middle, because otherwise you see things with a 2-point perspective or 3-point perspective. But when you're perfectly in the middle of something, that's how you see life. So it's a perspective, which means you're in the center. It's not that you have to put your point in the center of your horizon line. It doesn't have to be here, it can be here. But it means you, as a human, you're here, in the center of everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't see things really up from here. It's you know, if you take your phone and you put it perfectly in front of you, the screen is perfectly flat. Like, this is perfectly flat. But if I'm not in the center of it, like if I'm here, for example, you can't see it, but what will happen is that you will see more and more things like that. And as you can see, this is not in front of you anymore. This is a little bit turning away, and you see a little bit more of the side. I'm going to take a wider object, so for example a book. Up. So, see, it's perfectly in front of you, but if I'm not in front of it anymore, you can see a little bit of this side here, and this doesn't look like a square or a rectangle anymore. You start to see the perspective happening here, because it's not in front anymore. Do you understand? Okay. And does it breaks everything? Well, no, because as I said, it's really because you are in the middle of something. You are perfectly in front, and so it means that, as I said, it only affects depth. So it means that the object is perfectly in front of you, like your eyes are parallel to the surface you're looking. Does it make sense? But as I said, it's something that you see, like if you're in the middle of a street, or if, like, see here, everything's go to one single point. But if you step away from the middle, you have a 2-point perspective. So 2-point perspective, what it is, it's something that affect depth, so how things go in the distance, and wide. So how things are, about how they are positioned from left to right. All right, thanks for the tips and tutorial. We'll have to watch the rest later. Have a nice evening. Thank you. See you later. So basically what it means, it's when 1 point perspective, you have something which is perfectly in front of you. A 2 points perspective is when your object starts to turn away. So it's not, you don't have a face which is perfectly in front of you. You have something which turns a little bit like that, and you start to see this side, and this side start to deform. And what it creates 2 points. So a point there, and for example, a point there. It can be placed whenever you want. It will just make it more deformed or less deformed. But basically, this will turn away from us. So it will do something a little bit like that. See? It turned away. And so it will reach a point in the distance, and the same will reach a point in the distance, and this side will start to show, and it will reach the same point in the distance, like that. And here, continues, and there. But as you can see, you still have lines who are parallel, because imagine that if you don't have any deformation because of how far away things goes from you, you would have something that is perfectly like that. And you wouldn't see any top surface or side or anything, because things are straight, you know. But as they go away from you, you will see a deformation. But see, this is parallel to this, and this is parallel to this. But in a 2 point perspective, those lines here stop being parallel. The only line that stay parallel between each other are these, which go from top to bottom. So you see, it doesn't affect height. It affects only wide, so how large it is, and depth, so how far away it goes from you. I really hope it's helping in any way, because it's one of the simplest way to explain. I know it can be hard, so as you can see, you can create anything from those 2 points. And one scene has generally the same perspective for the whole scene, generally. So, this is a 2 point perspective. So it affects, so it has 2 points, here and there, and it affects depth and how large things are. And then there's the 3 point perspective, which is actually pretty simple, which affect the height in more, and so it placed the last point in another place. So it's basically a 2 point perspective, so like that, example. That, let's have the point here. But it will also affect how you see how it is tall, the height of it. It's really hard for me to pronounce, so this word. It also affects that. And what it does is that it creates a little point underneath or on top, and lines will converge to it, like this. And it's something you can easily observe when you're at the bottom of a building, for example. There. See how things go up like that, or go down? And if you're, as I said, at the very top of something, or the very bottom of something, you can clearly see that it goes in the distance, but in regarding its height. So it's really something that is, honestly, if you do concept art, for example, you will mostly use 2 point perspective, because you don't have especially to deform things to this point. But basically, as I said, it's 3 points is 8 plus wide plus depth. So, and that's it. That's what perspective is. I really hope you find it clear, because I don't know how to explain it better. So, is it a little bit clearer, or is it okay, or was it already clear and I just waste my time, whatever, you know, so. I really hope it was clear. So I'm going to continue since no one answered. So, yeah. That's basically what you need to learn about perspective. How do you deal with it when drawing something where the vanishing point are of the canvas? This is a really great question, and I didn't plan to spend times on it, but I'm going to refer you to the amazing work of Mitch Lowe, I pronounce it that way, which made a full lesson of it. So I highly recommend the Mitch Lowe perspective work, because it's really well done. And he explained how to face this problem in his book, which, as you can see, is really cool, which is here. What you do is that you basically create those 2 points, and you create a line, and then you create little spacing between the lines, and you apply it the same way in the line that is further away. So, example, you want to cut it in 2. So let's give an example of that. You have your line here, and you want to get this, and you know that you want your line to go that way, and you want your line to go that way. What you will do is that you create a line here, and you create a line here. And let's say that you want to cut this in 2. So you're going to cut this in 2, and you're going to be sure that it's the same size. Sorry, a little problem. The same size. You're going to be sure the same size. There. It's the same. And what you're basically going to do is that you're going to do the exact same thing here and cut it in 2. So I think the middle should be there. And then you reach the points together. And it gives you a guide to where you're supposed to change the line and how they're supposed to converge. And I have the name of the book, please? Yeah, sure. It's called How to Draw in Perspective by Mitch Lowe. It's in his Gumroad. It's like $10 or $12, so it's really cheap, especially as it comes with free videos explaining and demonstrating the subject. So it's a really great book. I highly recommend it, and it's really well done. It explains everything. 1 point, 2 point, 3 point perspective, isometric 1, 2, so when things are all parallel to one another, which is really handy if you want to draw things and little illustration for game and mobile game, and streets and houses and stuff like that, and pattern and circle and ellipses and so on. And see, he said exactly the things that I was saying, which is this is too sharp, and that this is not a cylinder. So listen to this guy, he's great. And it's really well explained, and you will understand everything. And this is his technique, and basically you cut things at the same distance, and you report things together, and like that you can have an overall idea of how to create a perspective in a really shorter, when your vanishing point are out of the page. So, and he also explained things to be able to draw things that are more organic as characters, and how to apply it, and shadows and so on and so on. It's a really great book. But as you can see, it works wonders, because like that you can say, okay, this is the middle, and then you can report again and again, and you'll have something that be fine, and which will be really helpful, especially if you have limited space. So yeah, it's a really good technique. This being said, as I explained perspective, there's another thing that I need to explain about perspective, which can be a little bit tricky, is ellipses. basically ellipses are a round which is in perspective. So I'm going to draw a round, for example. Ellipses is just this round. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. It's this round, but as like seeing from top or bottom or not exactly in front of you. So for example, I have this cup and you can see that this is supposed to be round, but to you it appears like an ellipse. You know, it's way narrower, and as I'm turning towards you, you can see clearly more of it and more of it. So ellipses has a little something that is really specific to them. That how ellipses are made, it's basically, as I will show you, it's basically so a round, and I'm on the wrong layer, and they have what we call, what I explained to you in the beginning, two axes. So that axes are lines that go through the middle of something. That's it. And so what will happen as you deform them is that it will create a minor axis and a major axis. So if I deform this like that, this becomes the major axis and this becomes the major axis. But basically, if I deform it like that, it means that this part is in perspective while this one is not. And if I deform it like that, it means that you can imagine rotating on itself, you know, like that. It's turning, you know. It's basically what happens. And the side that is turning away from us becomes smaller. And so this is really important because you have a minor, you have a minor and a major axis. Look like it's turning, it's so cool. Okay, there we go. Right. And so why is it important? Because this is major. Define the orientation of your ellipse. Imagine you want to draw a simple cylinder which faces the ground. What will happen is that your cylinder will go toward this orientation. And so the only thing that you have to do, you have to simply draw the lines of the outside of the ellipse. And it's simple. But what happened if you want to draw a cylinder that go to a vanishing point here? There. How do you place your ellipse? Is it going to be that way? Is it going to be that way? Is it going to be straight? Is it going to be on the side? How will it be placed? How are you supposed to know in which orientation this axis is supposed to be? Well, there is a simple rule, which is whenever your cylinder goes, this axis is at a 90 angle of it. 90-degree angle of it. So this is a 90-degree and it's always right. I'm going to show you. But it means that your cylinders is definitely going here. There, like that. So what it means is that if you want to place correctly your ellipse, you have to find the perfect 90-degree angle here. So there is the widest your ellipse will be. So it means that it's supposed to be oriented like that. Okay, this one looks like a potato. And you got the correct orientation of your ellipse. And same for the one following. And you got a cylinder correctly in perspective. And I'm going to show you how, if you don't place it correctly, it can be a little bit strange, because if I place it like that, for example, you can see something is off. So it's something really important, which is basically whenever your cylinder is looking, It's a 90-degree angle from there. If it's looking that way, you find here, you find a 90 angle, and it's how your ellipse will be oriented. It's like that. And the second, same thing. And if your cylinders go that way, that means that it's going that way. So you find a perfect 90-degree angle here, and it's the orientation of your ellipse. And same for her friend over there. And it's something really important that I actually didn't find pretty much anywhere except some videos on the internet that I stepped upon by luck. So please take it, because this was so much a struggle for me for so long. And you know, sometimes you're like, oh yeah, I want to draw, I don't know, like something with wheels. And you're like, yeah, but I don't know where to draw the wheels, so I'm guessing they're like that. But you're like, I see there's something off. And that is because your perspective is going that way. So the ellipse can't be that way. It has to be the degree angle, it has to be like that. And boom, it works. Like magic. And yeah, those are the 3 main rules that you need. The 4 main rules, which is perspective 1 point, 2 point, 3 points, and the ellipse. And if you got that, you're absolutely almost good to go. And it's something that is really handy, because as I said, it can be a little bit tricky to apply ellipses in perspective. But if you want to do any type of illustration, of environment, or any kind of character concept of anything, or even construction of any kind of vehicle, like, you need to know that. Like, you definitely need to know that. And I'm going to show you an example of it, which is this one. And as you can see, if I take it and I put it here and I try to apply this 90-degree rule on top, I think it will. Yeah, like that. And I apply the 90-degree on top. There. That. You can see that it applies to my ellipse, which is this one. The center may be like here. There. But you can see it's a 90-degree angle. If I apply, let's say, I don't know the name in English of this kind of geometric stuff. If I take it and I apply it perfectly here, well, I'm almost there, but you get the idea. See, it's a 90-degree angle, and boom, you're good to go. So learning this stuff is so cool, honestly. I'm happy if you find it useful. I know there's a lot here. As I said, I was going to talk about all the fundamentals, but if you got everything that I said in this video and you practice everything in this order that I'm giving you, and you make sure that you know how to draw all of those, you're good to go for the rest, because everything relay on those rules. So, and so continuing. Now that you know how to do that in perspective with, you know, these vanishing points and so on, once you know how to do that, you will need a skill which is absolutely essential, which is being able to draw anything in perspective without any guide. And you have to be able to do it, because how do you expect to be able to draw, for example, arms on a character if you can't do that? So let's give you an example. I'm drawing the head. I'm drawing an ellipse in perspective to cut the size of the head, which is not round, which is a little bit flat. So I'm able to draw an ellipse in perspective for that. I'm going to apply a cylinder here to the neck. There. And I'm going to apply a little square in perspective, which has a little bit of angle here. And I'm going to apply a kind of boxy shape for the back. I'm going to draw a little bit of transparency so you understand what I'm doing. There. And then I'm going to apply, personally I draw a ball, simpler to me. But then I'm going to draw an arm, and to that I'm going to, let's say he's going away from us. So his arm is a little bit like, let's say a little bit like that, for example. And you want it to go away from you. Well, what you do, and you can't be like, oh, but it's supposed to look a little bit like that. No, what you do is that you simply draw your cylinder with the correct perspective, and then simply apply what you know, and boom, and then you erase what you don't need, drawing on the wrong layer, and good to go. Of course, use references by doing that, but it's simpler still, you know? And it helps you to just have an overall idea of what you're doing and what you're drawing, and being correct. Even if it's just quickly and you still need a reference, at least you're approximately in the right. You know what I mean? For example, let's say that this arm is going toward us, you know, to apply this perspective with ellipses. And this one is going down, like that. And you see how it's way easier for you to understand how to put things together and where they're supposed to go, simply because you understand the perspective of it. And simply because you can do these by hand. Like, how cool is that? Like, you only just know how to draw cylinders by hands, and this literally makes your legs and arms. So, for example, you want to draw a guy which is sitting, go like that, and you want to show that his legs are toward us because he's sitting. Go like, okay, I'm going to draw this and this for the other part of the cylinder, and same thing here, there. Then I'm going to, boom, he's sitting. By putting two cylinders here and knowing what they're supposed to look like when they are facing you, you can construct anything from that. And that is the point that I wanted to reach, which is, if you know your perspective and you know your form, you can construct anything. And basically every single shape that you will have to face, every purse, every cup, every treasure chest, everything can be simplified to really simple object. And even really complex one can be simplified to that. I'm going to show you a few examples of really advanced, not really advanced, but more advanced perspective knowledge. But for example, you want to create, I don't know, some kind of strange shape. You start, I'm so sorry. Okay, you start with a simple square stuff, square shape and perspective. So, here you see through it, and from there you say, okay, I want, for example, to have something which will bend, like, which have this kind of curve on top. Okay, you draw this kind of curve on top, and you draw this same kind of curve on bottom. And now you connect the dots, you know, and say, oh, I want it to be like that. And boom, and say you want the same thing here. For example, you want that. You apply it to here, and you connect the dots, and boom, you got your complex shape. And it's basically how you draw everything. So, I struggle drawing arm facing toward the camera, drawing the volume getting bigger, but moving away from the camera is weird. Well, honestly, my advice is practice by using references, and for that, 3D software become handy. So personally, I have Maya because that's what I learned to use. But if you don't know, Blender is a free, absolutely free to use software. It's really easy to learn. You just got to find a good tutorial on the internet and on YouTube, and it's really easy. And what you basically do is you have a scene, you take an object, get away the grid because you want to, voilà. And then you turn around. Take it, you rotate it, and you're like, oh, okay, so it's like that, and you try to see how it looks when it's facing you, and how it changes, and how the perspective change, and what happens if you turn around, and so on, and you do the same with the square. And you turn around, you see, and you look at how it looks, and you do the same with a cone. There you go. And you say, okay, so it's like that, but what happens if it faces away? Oh, see, it's becoming really, really small, and so on, and so on, and there, and you can turn around all around, and if you get a little bit lost, you can put it in wireframe, so you can understand how it's made. See, like that, and okay, so it's like that, okay, see, and if I step away like that, okay, see, and if I turn on the, make it turn that way, or that way, oh, okay, it looks like that, and you use that as a reference, you know? You just look at how it is and you draw that. And you're good to go, you know? Use what you have in your hand. And 3D softwares, especially when there's Blender, which is free, is the best way and the most effective way to do it. Like, I personally spend some times at some point doing like, okay, I have a sphere, okay, I'm going to put a light, which I honestly don't know where it is anymore because I forgot. I don't know where the lights are. Nope, but whatever. You put a light in the scene and you look at how it affects the lighting and so on and so on. Just learn how to use this 3D software and take references. If you struggle to draw arm facing toward the camera, have you considered actually, well, take references of people doing that? Like, do it yourself. For example, you can absolutely like take your arms and put it that way, and you know, try to construct it and say, okay, this is the end of my arm, and this is the beginning of my arm, so I can see I can almost not see anything of my arm, and this is this part here. And yeah, so so and learn the shortening. But you know, it's called shortening in English, and en français c'est raccourci. But shortening are the hardest part of anatomy and drawing. So don't be too harsh on yourself for not being able to draw them correctly. Like, I honestly can draw little of them because, well, they're hard and they have specific way to be. So I'll try that. I've tried references before, but I feel like I should pick it back up. I don't get it. I'm so sorry. I don't know this expression. Great tips regarding ellipses with perspective. Thank you. So this is when it will become handy. So basically what you need to know is being able to draw every kind of object from any kind of angle by hand. And when you can do that, life will become so much easier. But you know, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just have to be able to draw them correctly and be able to draw any kind of perspective from any angle. It means try again. Oh yeah, okay. And be able to draw cones and stuff and like that, and pyramids. And honestly, if you're able to draw pyramids, cones, cylinders, and square and sphere, quick note on the sphere, this always looks like that, no matter the perspective, like no matter. And you can draw cylinder, sphere, squares, pyramid, and cones from any angle. You can almost draw anything. With the second thing that I'm going to show you, which is wireframe. Use wireframe if you lost and if you're not sure how to see your work in volume. Let's take an absolutely arbitrary shape. So I'm going there. This is an arbitrary shape. It can be literally anything. You can see it in volume as you want, but for now it's a simple volumeless shape. It doesn't have any volume. But what you can do is, I'm going to increase the opacity, otherwise we're going to see nothing. But what you can do is you can draw the form of it by drawing line going through. A little bit like 3D models, you know. I'm going to show you. For example, here, these little lines, they are showing you the volume of it. They are showing where things are going and how they are moving over the surface. And it indicates you the volume of it. So what you do is you take your shape and you be like, okay, so I'm going to draw in transparency. This is that, like that. Okay. And here it's like that. And here is like that. And this, that, and like. And boom, volume. Ta-da! And I only drew kind of ellipses there. And you can even be like, okay, I'm going to also draw the back and the bottom because I want to be sure that it's clear where it starts and where it ends. Then up, boom. And you got volume. Ta-da! Isn't it crazy? I love this effect because it's really insane. And as I made this one here, I can even start again and do another, and do another kind of volume from here. So let's say I want something else. I can, for instance, do something, let's say, let's say I want something like that. Or even, get that. See how I change it by simply changing the form? There, and here you can see that it's supposed to be, there is a dent here because you can see it's in my wireframe. I can continue doing it like that. And you can see it can be as big as I want or as dent as I want. It can become a crease or whatever, simply because I changed my wireframe. And like that, you can see what type of shape you're trying to achieve. And for example, let's do a third of the same shape. Okay. There we go. Let's say you don't want to follow a simple round stuff. Well, you can absolutely do, I don't know, that, like squarish. And then all of a sudden, there is a massive dent that is going to get it here. And let's say you want it to be not round, but increase, you know. And there, and you don't got the same shape as before. Let's say you want something like that, and boom. Ta-da! And then it will be a matter of shading. But for now, you got an idea of the shape that you created. And this is a really... This is also why you need to be good at perspective. Because like that, you can try to be... Okay, so, but is it round? Is it... And is it increased? Is it how? Is it a hole? How does it work? If I, for instance, do a simple shape like... I simply do simple surface like that. But if I do this, now you see all the dent. Well, it was round at first, no? And you can see all the difference in volume, and you can adapt the exterior if you need it now. Yeah. And basically, it's what you do with a face. If, for example, I'm drawing a face like that, at some point, I'll be doing something like this. Nose, mouth, the rest. Yet, it fits in a shape that looks like this. So this is really important that you're being able to do little wireframe like that. So I'm finished with perspective. Woohoo! God damn it. Is it clear and did you find it useful? Because I'm a little bit tired, I'm gonna be honest. But we gotta continue. I'm just going back. I'm just going to find a little bit, a big glass of water, and we'll continue. I'm not going to stop the 5 minutes. Yes, found it useful. Great. Let's continue because this is taking forever. I'm so sorry. There is just so much to cover. So I'm just going to break because I'm tired to talk. How are you guys feeling? Is it too much information? You think we need to do a 2-part? Maybe it can be not stupid actually. And we could stop right now and do a 2-part version of it and I continue. Yeah, maybe. You know what? I think it's a great idea. It's been 3 hours and it's not like I've been nothing. Not at all. 2 part would be good if you're feeling tired. I'm hella tired. Like, but because there is so much information to cover, and you know what? I think I will cut it a day today, and I will do a 2 part of it. So next time, very useful tutorial. I'm glad you find it useful because I feel it's really important. Because why do I feel it's important? Has less to do with the fact that I feel that people should be able to draw, but more with the fact that people need to realize that it's not a matter of them being not able to draw and a matter of them being able to learn the rules. I've spent so many hours in my life being absolutely convinced that I had a problem, that it was me who was unable to do things correctly, and that I was just bad at drawing. While the reality was simply I didn't know correctly the rules. And I just don't want you to feel the desperate type of girl that I was, being like, what the hell is wrong with me? Because there's nothing wrong with you. You guys just need to practice and to learn them and to apply them and to see how they works for you. But there is no magic in it. It's simple mathematic or simple application of stuff. And it's something that is absolutely achievable by anyone. And I absolutely despise this society that tells you that you're an artist, so it comes to you, or it's some kind of magic, you have it or you don't. And I feel, first of all, it's insulting to all the people who work really hard to achieve those kind of skills. And second of all, this is telling you that you can't do it if you're not born with it, which is so mean to you, so bad. It means that you lack something. It means that you're not good enough for it, that you were not, that God was not nice to you enough to give you that gift, you know, hard work over talent. Yeah, honestly, I know a few people in my circle that banished the word talent. They're like, it's so diminishing of our work. It brings back it brings our hard work down to luck and to pure magic. And you know what? I don't especially believe in God, like a God figure, like in the Bible or some stuff like that. But I personally do believe in a greater figure. But what I personally prefer to think is that God didn't give anything. It's my way to say it. But if he did give you something, it gives you strength, and you have to find that you have it. Like, to me, if God gives something to anyone, he gave the same thing to everyone, not in the same situation, but we all have, to me, strength in within. We all have power. We all have intelligence, ability, and sure, it depends of everyone, and sometimes you'll end up in a situation where you can't develop it or you can't express your full potential. Sometimes you'll be unlucky with life, but I prefer to think that it's because life wanted to teach you a lesson. Sometimes it can be really hard, but I prefer to learn from bad experiences rather than feel like it was unnecessary. For example, I repeat myself enough on the subject, but I was bullied for a very long time, and I today understand why it happened. It wasn't about how God sent me a message, but I feel I was lacking I was lacking love for myself. I was lacking integrity and being able to understand that I was a good person. And what I feel happened is that people on my way were able to step on me because I was lacking it. And people stepping on me was kind of a way to show me that I lacked something in there. And so it's not, you know, we always assume that life is supposed to be calm and nice and people are supposed to be all fine all the time, but I feel life is more like a river. It has really nice and calm places, and sometimes you have rocks and cascade and waterfall and so on, and it's hard and you're going to struggle to go through because life is not a simple, tranquil, calm river. It's interesting what the original of talent word, just amount of money to pay to a drawing teacher. Oh, it is? Oh, I don't know that. I'm going to look it up. So talent definition. Well, actually, if you look at the definition in French, that means it's aptitude, ability, a particular ability to do something. So it doesn't mean that you didn't come from work. It just means that you're capable to do something. So, but if I look at talent in definition in English, it means, oh, I see where the misconception. It means natural aptitude or skills, which is bullshit. Sorry, I personally do not believe in talent, except for like one lucky guy in this planet which was born with it, which I feel is one on thousand of thousand and thousand. Yes, it was in ancient words. Yeah, I'm going to look at the etymology. I feel you there. A lot of the time I put myself down because I thought all my work was bad because of people saying anime wasn't a style, valid style. Well, which is so insane because there is no people that I know in the, you know, the best people in art are Asian. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, they are the best in the industry. Why? Because in their culture, drawing is a set of skill, and being able to draw is something that you can learn. While in Europe and in America and in all the Occidental world, it's like you're gifted with it. Becoming an artist is a gift. It's not something that you can learn. It's within you, and you're like, no, it's not, bitch. Sorry, I was rude, but honestly, it's a little bit, well, it's dim, like, it really brings you down. Like, oh yeah, I'm guessing that the thousands and hundreds of hours and drawing 10 hours a day for the last 7 years of my life were just pure luck and talent coming from within, you know, fuck you. But I feel you, and honestly, anime style is an absolutely valid style for the simple reason that if you look at manga school in Japan, no one learn more than them the fundamentals, like no one. It feels insulting to the people that have spent so much time learning. It is! You know, one time I had an experience which was terrible, that there's this misconception in society like, oh, I could never do that. Yes, you can. You just lack the patience, the motivation, and the overall desire to make it a goal. But it doesn't mean that you can't do it. It's like if you're saying to someone, I can't become a plumber. Yes, you can. Or I can't become a physicist. Yes, you can. It's a matter of you learning, you know? Exactly, yeah. To me, it's what I like to say is that drawing is basically, I don't know, like building table. You just have to learn the stuff and learn how to do it, and it will take time and practice. But it's just learning. It's like learning how to read or how to sing, and it's funny because if you think about it, there's a lot of things like that where people don't assume it's because of luck and pure magic. For instance, if you learn how to play an instrument, people are not thinking that you're gifted because you know how to play, I don't know, trumpet. They know that you took lessons with a teacher. And because, I don't know, maybe it's because drawing comes from such an early age and it's something really available for anyone, people assume that one day you magically were able to draw. And I've heard so many bullshit on the things like, oh, you know, but you gotta have a special sensitivity. We all have a special sensitivity, bro. Like, we all do. It just, I focused myself on it, so I developed it. But you had the same. And you still have the same. And I don't have that much imagination regarding how to invent things. I just have my own set of thinking and my own visual library. And of course, as you didn't practice as much as I did, you have a lack of visual library because you didn't push it. To me, creativity is basically the way you think, you. Because no one thinks like you. Like, if I give you, I don't know, the topic is alien cowboy, you will come with an idea that I will not have. And the guy next to you will come with an idea which you will not have, and so on and so on and so on. This is, to me, the creative part. And this is what makes you a unique artist. And that also what makes you valuable as an artist, is that because you will think of things that no one will. And even if it looks a little bit like something that someone else did, it will still be different. And this is what you can bring to the world, and I feel it's beautiful. We don't need to have the same thing over and over again. We need to have those little specific things that you can bring to the world, and the, oh my god, he made an alien with a hat, and it's almost exactly the same alien and the hat with the guys on the side, but this guy, instead of a little star, he put a little carrot because his alien are a rabbit-like, and I don't know, it's just cool, you know, and it's fun and it's playful. And oh my god, like, oh yeah, but it has to come from within. And oh my god, the worst part is when parents talk like that to their kids. Like when when we were in school with my boyfriend, he was doing little help in place where, you know, you present your school, and the school is it's basically for students, and they are looking at different stands and stuff to see which schools they want to go to. And he was giving a little introduction to the school, and the little guy was really interested. I was like, oh, it seems so great. And you know what the two parents say? I don't think he got what it needs. Like, it doesn't have really an artistic fiber. Like, he's not drawing that much, so I don't think he has what it needs to be an artist. It's not within him. Like, seriously, this kind of words give me the strength necessary to kill someone. Like, oh my god, like, how can you say that? And especially about your son. How could you say that he doesn't have the magic power that God is supposed to give you to be an artist? Like, this is so insulting, and so insulting to the people who actually work hard, and so insulting and so reducting of the ability of a young man who just wanted to create something with that and wanted to learn how to draw. And I honestly hate when people do that. That's so mean, especially at a young age. Yeah, it is so mean. And I have to say that I was especially lucky because I was born in a family with, basically, my father said there is no such thing as a job where you can't succeed at it. So if you want to be an artist, you'll be an artist, whatever you want to become. Teacher, artist, architect, or plumber, I don't care. You just become excellent at it. But you can become whatever you want to become. If you want to become an actress, you become an actress. If you want to become a dancer, you become a dancer. If you want to become an illustrator, you become an illustrator. You become whatever the fuck you want. Just be really, really great at it, and you will be all good to go. Because as soon as you're really great at what you're doing, you find a job. Because you're really great. So it's really easy to find a job. So what he wanted for me is that it was easy to find a job. So I just had to be excellent. Wikipedia says in ancient Greece, one talent was 60 kilos of silvers. Yeah, sorry, I should have looked at this. I'm so sorry. 26 kilos of silver, so it was an incredible amount of money, and only mega rich families was able to give artistic education to their kids. Yeah, well, you see. But I've... so talent, yeah. But I think I know a talent d'or. Yeah, I think it's a measure. Middle English, talent from Old English, borrowed from the plural Latin talentum, a Greek weight, a talent of money. So yeah, it's a weight of money. This is insane. Not that I don't trust you, but I just wanted to look it up myself. So you have no talent, what a thing. Really funny. I love it. But yeah, going back about drawing, as you can see, those are simple set of rules. And when when I draw, that's basically all I do. I have a simple set of rules in my head and I apply them. And when I draw a face, I just think to myself, okay, the eyes are supposed to be here and the eyebrows are supposed to be there and the ears are supposed to go there, but the ear can have this shape and I'm going to simplify it to have this face, and okay, no, this is a little bit too up and this is a little bit too down, and that's all I do. It's what happens in my head when I draw. It's basically what are the rules and does it works, and that's it. And so what we will continue to do next week will be less focus on shapes and more about volumes, colors, and lighting. And I'm sure you want to be there next week because it's going to be hella great. Because, as I said, I'm going to explain how lights work, the rules of why gradients are everything, and why you absolutely need to be able to do them. Woo! And we're going to do a little exercise of manual with a tool gradient and manually, because it's really important that you know how to do them. Then we're going to learn the composition of the element of volume from the book Art Fundamental by 3 Digital, which are absolutely rip off on this, but it's a matter of knowing what you're doing and less about being original. And we're going to do each step one at a time, and I highly recommend you do them with me, because this is really the core of how to create volume and how to draw something without any line. So this is really important. Then little color lessons, so what color are made of, and the color wheel, and what are those and what are those, and how to put them all together. And then a little bit of how you apply it to an object and why it's important to change the hue, and which are the simple yet effective rules to apply it correctly. Then a little color guide that I made a while back ago, which I find it's useful, and it's based on something that I found on the internet. I sadly don't have the name of the person. And so it's a little guide on which color you can apply. I'm sorry, I think this music is really well known, so I'm... There you go. And so a little tips here and there on what we're going to do, and no offense, but this is what most of beginners are doing. This is what most of you do, no offense. And as you can see, it's really not really pretty. And it's okay. We're going to fix it. We're here for that. But there. And a little lesson on the relativity of colors. Which is why it's really important to think colors are the whole, and so not single color on top of the other, but color how they act with one another, because it's really, really important, because as you can see, well, we'll talk about it next week. And then the famous lazy technique of I don't have the time to do my colors by hand, so I'm going to simply apply a color mode on top, and I'm going to apply this adjustment layer. And I know everyone knows the color mode technique, but everyone forgot this, which is essential, because otherwise it breaks this rule, which is the hue change in the darkest or the lightest colors, which is really important. And it's hella simple. I'm going to show you. It's really basic AF. And then a little lesson on lightning, and all the part that I know the less, so I'll do what I can. And which is basically the difference of warm and cold lighting and how it affects shadows and so on. And then the type of spotlights and how it change. And the fact that you need to take into account light source, bounce light, and ambient occlusion. So bounce light, how it bounces back, and ambient occlusion, how it doesn't bounce back, and how the light doesn't go through this part because it's too close to one another. And then little lessons on physics with how atmospheric perspective works, and a little finishing touch with why it's important to be curious. There you go, we got a big program next week. And honestly, I cover so little in so time. Maybe it will be a 3-part, but I feel it's better to have a big explanation which is complete and you can fully understand, and that you can go to next time if you want to learn a bit more, rather than having something all rushed and that you can't fully understand. So there you go. Next week, volume and values. You got it. I think what I can do now is give you a few YouTube channel which will help you with the thing that we talked today. So line and how to improve your line, and eventually how to learn perspective and shapes and so on. So what do I have? I have the thing that I just showed you, which was a lesson from Mitch Lewe, which is really hard to pronounce. Which is, as I said, this bundle on perspective, which I find is really, really great, and you should absolutely learn it. And I'm also thinking about Modern Day James, so Modern Day James, which has 6 videos lessons on perspective, which are great, but Modern Day James is hella technique, like hella. Like one video of 10 minutes, I have to put the subtitles while I fully speak English. Not that it doesn't articulate, but because it makes freaking sentence that doesn't make any sense if you don't take the time to actually suck it up. And for example, just to understand fully a single 10-minute video, I need between 45 minutes to an hour. It's a lot of information. You use a lot of technical words, and you need to take the time to go and check on the internet what is a freaking radius and what are the coronal slides. Coronal slides, which are basically and coronal and stuff, which are basically how things are cut and stuff and so on and so on. It's technical. But if you go through it, you will have no problem anymore with perspective. Like, it will be classified. And this is also an advice when you learn from videos and books. Don't just watch. Watch it maybe one time to fully understand. You don't even have to fully watch it. My personal recommendation is you take one full topic, like for example, those are exercise. And what you see, he said exactly what I was saying. So you take the first exercise, which is this, and you don't watch the rest of the video. You do the exercise, the exact same thing that it does in his video, and then you go on to the next. And you take the time to fully understand it, and you do the exercise. And you take the time to fully understand the next topic, and so on and so on and so on. In general, I highly recommend his whole channel, which is perfect and amazing, and he's a great guy, and love it. And again, it's perfection, whatever. So this is really great. I also would like to recommend a guy which I absolutely forgot the name of, so I'm going to look it up because I know he's great. It's about, again, construction in perspective. And as you can see, we're not going to start on faces, anatomy and stuff like that, or clothes or whatever, because now what we need to understand is how to do simple stuff. You know, it's easy how no one wants to take the time to learn how to do cubes, but everyone wants to take the time to learn how to do faces, which are a freaking nightmare compared to a simple cube, you know. But no, I'm gonna start with the complex subject because everyone knows that you learn how to do a freaking marathon before being able to crawl. Like, for sure. I'm looking at myself right now, too. Faces still hurt me. I feel you. Those can be hard, but I have a solution. But I'm searching. The guy is named... The guy is named... I talk way too much. It's called...
Hey guys, welcome.
This one. It's Robert Laszlo Kiss. Okay, Robert Laszlo Kiss, and it's a product designer guy. And honestly, he made a series of industrial design fundamentals which covers the perspective, which is really well explained. Like, for real. It's really, really well done, so I highly recommend this. And so, yeah, do that. It's a really great reference for that. And he's the guy who taught me how to do ellipses. So, and what about drawbacks? I honestly don't know because I've never done any. But if I remember, it's like no, I think those lessons are great. It's okay. You can absolutely learn from that. It will be helpful. Like 250 this challenge. Ooh, I could do that. But yeah, I think you can learn from that because those are learning how to construct and how to do things in perspective. So I think it's a really those are really great exercise to learn how to do perspective and how to freehand things, because in the end that's what's important, that you are able to freehand them. So no, I think Drawbox is a really great reference for that. Thank you for reminding me of the existence of so whatever. But yeah, Drawbox are really great. So about construction and perspective, those are to me the best way to learn. Honestly, practice it more than you think you have to, because if you manage to be able to do them correctly, painting will be a breathe after that. Because, as I said, and try to remember me, because listen to me when I speak, you young people, I'm sorry. I'm searching for, which is, if you can't draw properly something in perspective, remember what I said will happen? Oh, I can't draw shit in perspective, but I'm going to paint it anyway. Oh, look at that! It still don't work. Because it's not correct. Because the perspective is off. So, please. Sorry, but learn how to draw your... honestly, just a few seconds, this is actually really funny to do, because I never paint that perspective. So I'm like, ooh, new sensation. Honestly, yeah. Basically that is that you just learn how to learn that and good to go, you know. Wow, look at that. It's so pretty. What happened if I erase? Come on. Oh, but we can't see anything anymore now. Funny. Ta-da! Sorry, I'm having fun right now. I'm having fun. A lot of fun right now, so. There, so much volumes. Procube me. But you see, when you apply correctly the rules of values, actually, you can manage to actually do something, but you have to admit this isn't a cube, this is something else. Like, if I tell you, no, this is a cube, you're like, nope. No, but it's my style. No. I like you, you're really sweet, don't make me want to kill you. So it's really, really important. And one of the few things that we will learn next time, you know what, actually I'm on the road right now. Oh, but there are so many people left, but I wanted to just give you a quick explanation on how to paint things in volume. But you know what, as I'm really having fun right now, I'm going to just show a little quick of what we're going to see next week, which are how to put values on square, cylinders, cones, pyramids, if you may, and spheres. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, I'm not going to try to be too accurate about my shapes because I don't am right now. It's not the topic, you know, trying to be. I personally love to draw stuff that are a little bit off. But you know, you can do it when you know how to do it normally. Otherwise, you're cheating. There. There. Personally, I love to draw like that because it's really fun to me. And then I'm going to a ball. I get so hard. There's a ball. You got the idea. Yeah. And then I'm going to draw cone. Basic. But as you can see, it can be not perfectly accurate. As I said, it just needs to be kinda accurate. But if I was drawing this, all of a sudden it's way too far away from what it's supposed to look like. So it has to be close to what's real. There, and I think it's a pyramid. That bit. But it's personally because I love to do crooked and deform stuff, so it's just my jam. There you go. So, you got every kind of shape that you need. So basically, we'll start with the simplest, square. What you need to understand is that basically you have your light coming from somewhere, so we're going to define it going from here. Let's say that our light is hitting things like that. So it's coming from above. What I did there, lol. So it's coming from above. And it's going to hit things like that. And so we can assume that the closest to the light source things will be, the clearer they will appear. Because if I'm close to my light source, well, I'm light. But if I'm... Sorry, a second. Okay, do it with that. So if I'm really close to my light source, as you can see, I'm really light, and if I go far away, I'm becoming slowly and slowly darker. And the more direct the light is facing me, the clearer I am, and the more going in another direction the light is, the darker I am. As you can see, I'm going to light in there, you can see. So if I'm facing the light, it's really a vivid light. But if the lights turn away, I'm becoming darker. And if it's starting to turn away more and more, I will be darker and darker. What it means is that it also means that if I'm facing the light, this face will be extremely light, but the face underneath will be in the shadow because it's the opposite of my light. So yeah, I'm basically starting the course of the next week because I just can't stop.
Sorry. I'm really sorry about this.
I don't look like a freaking nightmare. It's not true. So we will assume that our lighting is in front of our object. So if it's in, as I said, it's in front, so it means it's not behind. And you also have to think about that when you paint. So let's start with a square. About the fact that our lighting is going that way, it means that this face will probably be of a medium color. So let's assume that this is going to be, let's say, an orange. It's an orange. Now, this face here is going in the opposite direction of the light, so it's going to be dark. Sorry, there, be dark like that. And this face here is the most direct, going toward the light, because the light is on top, so it's going to be clearer. Ta-da! You can do a little bit more after that, but you got the idea. Yay! Lighting! It's freaking simple, honestly. Boom! Bada boom boom! For a typical matte, for a typical matte surface, so if it's shiny, if it has reflection, if it has all the things, of course it will be different, but you get the idea. Yeah, so it's basically how it works. And of course, if the lighting was at the opposite, so if the lighting was here, well, it will be a little bit different, which means that it will be, well, like that. I find it funny because it's freaking woohoo, and ta-da! It's the same. So, yeah. If the light was from behind, the difference would be that this would be the darkest part because, well, the light is in behind, so it is. Then, ta-da! Yeah, seriously, it's really simple. So, yep. And now, when we do a cylinder, basically what you need to understand is that a cylinder is, you know what, I'm going to do the simplest shapes first. So, pyramid, it's the same, but the faces are a little bit different. So, pyramid. Oh, you know what, I'm gonna do it like we're seeing it a little bit from behind. It has 3 faces. So basically, I'm going to do, you know what, I'm going to do another color. So what we got is that we take a blue, a purple there, new there, and there. And you see, I already have so much the perspective in my head that I just know where I'm supposed to stop my line by selecting it. I don't even have to draw it because I just know it. And so this is far away from the light, so it's going to be darker and bluer, and there you go. And this is going a little bit more direct, going toward the light, so it's a bit darker, a little bit lighter, like this. Sorry. And there, and this is obviously very far away from the light, so I'm going to give it an even darker tone, but it's this color that I should have given first, so there and there. And bada bing boom. Volume. Woo! And now for the cylinder, the spheres, and the cone. Well, the rule which apply here is that spheres, cylinders, and cone have something really special, which is that they don't have angular, really well-defined angular stuff. Like this is obviously facing this direction. This is obviously facing this direction. Here, it's like, what are you trying to express? You know, it's like here and here and here and here. So, but basically it's exactly the same thing as this. But if I was going to show you a cylinder from above, so like that, this, there, what you need to understand is that it can be a little bit simplified to something like this. So each and individual faces are going into another direction, but as there are plenty, what it does is that it creates a gradient. So when normally, and I'm going to show you the magic change between a sharp edge and a soft edge, if you simply want to express roundness, what you need to do is, of course, you need to put it in your shape. What you need to do is you simply that. Smudge it to show you how simple it is. You need to show a gradient between the two faces because it means it's a soft transition between the two. So basically, yeah. And ta-da! And you got your soft edge. And basically what we're going to apply this is this rule, which is, well, we have a tons and a tons and a ton of tiny faces facing different directions, so we're going to apply a gradient. And what you need to understand about cylinders is that they basically have, so it's basically the same rules, but you also have to imagine the fact that if this part is obviously turning away from you, for example, and you just have to blend between the two, like that, to blend like that. Time for this. You have to understand that this face here is obviously turning away from you too, because this is turning away because there's little faces here turning away from you, and it's the same in front. So basically, if we follow the rules of our light, I can say that it would be a little bit clearer here. There. And you got a cylinder. But what you can also do is assume, for instance, that the light is hitting here. Imagine. Okay, it's right here. But if the light is hitting here, what did I just told you about when you turn away from the light, it becomes darker again. If I'm closer to the light, I'm light. If I go away, I become darker. So if my light is here, the faces who are here on the side are starting to turn away from the light. What it means dark. It means darkness and sadness and depression. No, but you get the idea. It means that it's going to be dark again. And so this is how you create volume for a cylinder. And as you can see, it works because it shows volume and the fact that the faces are turning away. So basically cylinders, it's not always right, especially when the light is on the side, but For cylinders, what you need to understand is that, well, if the light is in front here, basically it's going to be dark on both sides. That's basically what you need to remember. And it's kind of the same for cylinders, but the way it turns away from the light is more like this here. So what we do is going to there. I'm going to here, and I'm going to there. And what it means and it means like that. And as you can see, it follows the fact that it becomes narrower the higher we go, because it's a little bit. I don't know how to say that, but it's narrower. It's a word in English. So yep, and here you go. And boom, volume. Shocking. It's simple, isn't it? I don't know for you, but I feel it's incredibly simple. Like, for real, like, are you even trying? Like, drawing, are you even trying to be hard? Like, for real? It is, yeah, it's stupidly simple. And that's why I say, learn the fundamentals. It's stupid, you know? It's a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Yeah, it's simple AF, like. And that's why I started with the square and the pyramid, because like that you understand how it affects faces, and then you understand that as round and cylinders. And that's why I don't understand people telling you first you need to be able to paint a sphere, then you'll be able to paint, for example, a square, because I learned by painting a sphere first. And honestly, it was a little bit confusing, because I was like, yeah, but how am I supposed to do it for something that is plain and flat? And I don't know, but explaining it, but basically you have a face, and this face is turning away or facing the light, and the more it's facing, the more it's bright, the more it turns away, the more it's dark. Then you can understand that cylinders and sphere are basically tons of tiny faces that go face or go away. The cylinder coloring has helped me know where I have been going wrong with my face painting. There you go, ma'am. I'm glad I helped. But yeah, but as I said, it's depending of the light source. So here, I was a little bit different from the rest, because here my light source is more up front, like it's more coming from where I am and less coming from the side. So if my cylinder was perfectly correct and following the same rules as here, it would be a little bit more like this. If you draw face, well, it follows the same rules a little bit. But honestly, a face is a little bit tricky, because what happens for a face, if I was drawing from on top, it's basically a sphere which was cut on the side. This is the top, the nose is here, basically. Okay. So what it means is that here is treated as a sphere, while here is kinda treated like a square. And this is why, my friend, you start with simple geometric shape. Because like that, you're like, oh, okay, so I need to put this part like a sphere and this part like a square. And boom, magic. Magic. I know I'm a god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I love to do those kind of jokes because I'm the first one to doubt myself all the time. So being like, yeah, I'm magnificent, I'm marvelous, please pray my greatness over and over again, repent in front of the knowledge that you don't have is actually really funny to me, because this is so far away from my personality, so I just love it. But you're right, it's a little bit like a cylinder basically, so good. I'm happy that you understand. This being said, I'm going to continue with the little round one, because it's not going to do herself, you know what I mean? So I'm going to do it in whatever kind of level of tilt this is. So this is my basic color, and as you're going to see, I'm going to use the soft brush because I need a soft gradient, because this is a round object. But I know too many people who are unable to do it correctly, because I know too many people who are basically doing that this way, like they are doing it that, and first of all, they are not going to do it with the correct color. They're going to do it like that. But I don't understand why it's so muddy, but because maybe you use pure black to actually shadow something, while obviously this still has color even is in his shadows. So why are you using a color which has no colors in it to shadow it? Like, this object has color. Why are you using something that doesn't has any? Like, okay, but I'm going to use it directly like that. No, why? Why? It still has colors. You understand that if you put something in the shadow, it will lost a little bit of colors if you do it directly, but it's alright, it's the rules, and I was like you, and I was doing a really muddy scene. I should show you one time. But anyway, so you have to bring back a little bit of color, so like that. And as you can see, I'm having a really big brush, which I step really far away from my ear, and then I'm taking color, put it in here, and boom, booyah, volume. What can I say? And this is the very basic stuff to just create the feeling of volume. Then you have all the little goodies on top to make it extra believable, which are essential. But when you're basically trying to convey volume on a really simple way, you don't have to do much more than that. But then, part of the reason I love this stream is how much energy you have teaching. Thank you! It's because I just have energy. Like, I'm seriously on drug. Like, no, I don't do drugs. If you know me, I don't do drugs anymore. But I think I was born in an energy pill. If you know Asterix and Obelix from France, it's a comic book from France. He's in the he said that Obelix, one of the characters, fall into a magic potion cauldron, and now he's just super strength. He has a lot of strength. Well, I've fallen into a big pile of battery, so now I have limited energy all the time. You know, I'm that kind of moron who wakes up in the morning like that, like, hello, how are you, darling? How are you today? Oh, I've made a dream. It was wonderful. Oh, it's great, it's great. And my boyfriend is like, what the fuck? What do you want? Bring me my coffee. Shut up. And I'm like, okay, no worry, honey. And the fact that you say booyah, thank you. This being said, he's going to unconfirmed what I've just said, because like, no, when she wakes up in the morning, she's like everyone else. She's like, oh, what do you want? But I just need a few seconds to wake up, and then I'm like, hello world, it's me, you're not prepared. You sound like Mickey Mouse, lol. Please, honestly, I've heard myself, and that's why I stopped, because I'm seriously freak out. Like, for real, like freak out by the mouse of Mickey Mouse. Like, there's no sound that I hate more than I hate it so much. Like, this is so creepy to me. I don't know why. I just hate that sound. And this is I hate that. I'm so sorry. Sorry, it was weird, but I hate that sound. Like, you do it so well. Yeah, but it's not a reason. I never do it. When my boyfriend is like, you stop it or I do the Mickey Mouse voice, I'm like, no, you wouldn't. Hey, you know I would? And I say, okay, I'll stop. And like, I'm sorry. I hate it with all my core. Okay, so continuing. I'm going to open the window because it's extremely warm here. And as you can see, I am in a really cute little shorts because it's really warm around there. Yeah, I don't have privacy. I wasn't born with it. So, I'm going to show you a little something now, which is really important. As I said, gradients are important, and it's because in real life there is no such thing as a plain flat surface which has the exact same level of light and dark and colors on all over. So this example here, which is the same color all over, doesn't exist in real life. So what you need to do is to apply gradient. So I'm going to take back my little square side because I'm actually trying to prove something here. There. And if I may add a little something about the fact that I'm energetic and stuff, it's also because when I was in high school and college, not college, well, college too, but in middle school and high school especially, I had plenty of people being mean and mocking me because I was happy and joyful. And sure, the idea that they can come across this live stream came to my mind, and the fact that they can see me online one day came across my mind, and they can be like, oh my god, just so ridiculous. But in the other end, I'd be like, I fuck you with all my heart. You have no idea how this, well, I hate you first, and second of all, well, how much your opinion is absolutely wrong and non-important. But I hate them in the fact that they might be like hating on me. I'm not hating them, like I knew a lot of people from my past that were sorry about what they did to me. I freaking love them, and even if they don't say sorry, I don't assume that they are still bad people. But if some of them are still, you can slowly but surely go fuck yourself, you know, because I'm great as I am. You're not ridiculous at all. But you know what? You know, you can't make everyone happy. So. And I'm sorry if I use bad words. I try not to. But on the topic of oppression and being made fun of because you're simply yourself, I feel that it's need to be treated as hardly as it can be, because this kind of stuff ruined life, you know? And it ruined my life for a long time, and it's still sometimes. So exactly, you're great. Oh, thank you. You guys are so nice. Oh my god. I wish more people knew me so they can benefit from my positive attitude and energy towards life and infinite ability to talk without stopping. Oh my god. You know what? I feel I'm a freaking YouTuber at heart. Like when I see YouTuber, I say, oh my people, you're there. You exist somewhere in the world. Oh my god. Hey, you're too cute. What is it? It's a guy with the arms up. Oh, it's so cute. I need to do my emote, by the way, one day. So, as you can see, this is working to do volumes, and basically you apply the exact same thing to the rest. So what I was saying is that you absolutely need to apply gradient, and I'm going to show it to you on a different layer so you can see the before and after. So it's funny because the second I said that the bad people that knew me when I was in high school and middle school, that they can go F themselves, all of a sudden I lose three people on my stream, and I'm like, hi you guys. Do you have something to reproach yourself to? But just a joke. So as you can see, I have selected this plane here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the same principle of light as I did before, which is the further away from the light source it is, the darkest it will be. So what I will do is that I will apply a little bit of darkness. As you can see, it's really gentle. I'm not like that, okay? I'm gentling like if I do a before after, it's really soft, you know? And it's even a bit that too much. So there, so gentle, and then I apply a little bit of light there. Little, really not that much. A little, okay. There. Then I do the same for each and every plane. This a little bit darker. And I apply it away from the light source. My light source is here, so I apply it on this side and here. And then a little bit of lighting. There. And then I apply it on Same principle here. There. There you go. There. A tiny bit of darkness. There. And now. And I haven't even finished because I need to apply all the things. Magic appears. Or after. Or after. And as you can see, I apply them not all at once. Or I do that because I know how to do it separately. You need to learn how to do things one by one before trying to mix them all together and being lost in the process, you know. So I have that. And then I will apply another thing, which is basically the rule about the fact that if you have a little connection between two planes, if there is a little dent here, or it's a little bevel or plane, it will catch light like fire. So you have to show it. So basically, what you do is that there and there and there. And of course, I'm going to not apply it as strongly everywhere. I'm going to give it a little bit of variation because it's that hard everywhere around. And ta-da! And the angle of those kind of places are extremely light and are the place where the light is the most catch. So here like this. And ta-da! And you can eventually put it softer, so it's not, or a little bit darker, so it's not too much, you know, it's just a tad bit. And you can increase a little bit the lightness in the corner, because that's the really important part. This, and boom. And there you go. And see, before, after. Volume again. And then you need to apply a little something which is called reflection light. So basically your light is going to bounce on the ground and it's going to affect the color of your little object. So let's imagine that the ground is let's say purple. It's by the way, it's my least favorite color, but for some reason, as it goes extremely well with the yellow, I accept this time to use it. So this is the ground. You know what, we're going to just imagine the fact that the ground is purple. What we're going to do, I'm going there, and I'm going to do une ombre portée, a cast shadow. So I'm going to make it short because I don't want to have You're going to imagine that the ground is kind of purple. That is going to have the colors of a little bit of our object and a little bit of the ground. And it's going to, well, it's the lesson of the lighting that I'm going to show you. That I'm going to show you. So basically that, and and it's going to be darker here. Dark. Darker. And here you have what is called ambient occlusion. I'm going to talk next week. There, which is extremely important. You need to not forget because it's extremely important. Transparency. I know I made it on the wrong layer. Whatever. There. Sorry, I'm turning all over place. And what's your favorite color? Pink. Yeah, I know, I don't look like I'm the freaking girl who like, oh my god, pink is my favorite color. And to be perfectly honest, it's this shade of pink. Still, it's this one. Give me a second. I think it's lighter. Yeah, this shade of pink. This is my jam. Like, my absolutely jam. I can't even. Like, you can buy me anything in this color. I will like it. But anyway, show. And what's your favorite colors, you guys? You know what would be fun? That one day, oh sorry, the same music as the last time. That one day we do something and I have to pick your favorite color and I can draw a little something which will not take too long but will be really nice to draw and will be a little gift to you, because especially if you come often to my lives, and then I will send you the JPEG version of it, and I don't know how you feel about it. I think it will be a nice way to say thank you to the people who are following me. So yep. This is an ugly way to do it, but okay. Okay. And now what I'm going to show you is, remember the ground is supposed to be purple. So what I'm going to do is actually going to select this surface here, this plane here, and I'm going to apply as a reflection light a little bit of the purple that is here. And it's going to give an overall tint. See? It's a little bit dark right now. So there. And I'm going to apply this color all around my object. So here I apply it as a dark value because it's in the shadow. I'm also doing a little bit of this, which is, I feel important to have the feeling that the two are kind of blending together because it's more in the darkness. And then I'm applying here the color, which is a little bit more on the brighter side. And there, just a tad bit, you know, not that much, but before and after. And you see how it blends so much better with the environment, and that's because objects don't exist all by their own. They exist with a ton of other things around them. Stuff on the ground, stuff on the ceiling, stuff on the ground, and so on. And I'm going to show you a quick example. I don't know if you will see it perfectly, but if I... Oh, thank you. I don't know how to read your name. Say your name out loud, please. Bodoke? Bodoke? Is that alright? So continuing, I'm going to show you a little something. Those are orange post-its. And if I place them next to my face, you can see that there is a little bit of the orange of the post-it that's going on my face because it's near it. And you can see as I move it around that it's really subtle, you know? But those are the little subtle rules that you apply that will make all of it goes together. And if, for example, I apply it like this, you can clearly see there is a little orange reflection of it. And that's because light bounce and go on the things around. and especially if it's really a bright and vivid colors, or if it's something that is really close to the object, you will obviously see the reflection. See, I don't know if you see it well, but I think you can see the difference of the, I don't know if you can really see it, but I feel I can see it with my bare eyes I can see it. So there you go. And I need to also apply another thing. Let's say that this thing is outside, so it means that there's the sky above it, and this is surely giving color to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply it to my whole square, and it's a bit of blue tint coming from above, from the sky. There, and I'm going to edit a little bit just to have a tiny bit of it, and I can erase it from other places where I feel it's needed, and ta-da! You got a beautiful square that exists by taking into account the few things that is around it. So, and it's really, really important to do that. So, bam! And as you can see, if I only apply the few things that I was applying before, which is this, you can see how different it is, how much more in volume it looks like before, after. And as I was saying, I simply apply rules, and that's why it's so important to know them. And basically you can do that with all of them, and that's what we're going to continue to see next week. So here's a little, well, avant-première, which this is a little preview of what we're going to see next week, but basically you get the idea, and you know, everything is basically as simple as that. After that, it's a matter of application, and as you can see, there is a quite big number of rules, so you see where you need to know them and to apply them one by one, and not trying to... The expression in France is mettre la charrue avant les bœufs. Which is put the cart before the horse. So you put the cart before the horse, and so in the end you're like, I'm freaking lost, I don't know what to do. And honestly, my best advice to paint in volume is to know the rules, and from that, what you will be doing is basically, let's say I want to draw a face in volume. I'm going to do it really quickly because I don't have much time. Imagine it's a full face here. Well, what I have to do now is to apply lights and shadow where I think it should go. So. And you can apply them really hardly because you're going to blend things together later. Basically, there's the nose here and the ends of the nose there. The side of the eyes and the top of it. Same here, you know. But I know the plane of the face. That's why I'm able to do it that way, because I know the face so well. But take references for that. And there and there. Going to be. What is going? Top lips here. And there, I'm going softly turning away from us because it's a soft object. Light colors. Ah, got sick. Like that. There. I'm going very quickly. An impressive work here. Here has a nose. There. And there. And there. And of course I'm doing without any kind of construction, so I'm obviously not perfect at all, but it's to give you an overall idea. It's warm here because fix a little bit of colors in there. There we go, and the same there. And let's draw ears. This here, there. And apply the circles. This is basically a cylinder with a data shape, and go. And yeah, this is a really strange face, but get the idea. And obviously it was made in like 5 minutes, so I get to say hi. Hi! Okay, don't assume that's how I paint, because this is terrible, okay? This is bad. Oula, okay, yeah, no. I can paint way better than that, okay? So don't assume it's my like it's the way I'm able to do it. I can do it way better, okay? This was a quick example of how, when you know the faces of the plane of the faces, you can apply the knowledge about shapes and stuff, where to place things, because I can draw pretty things, okay? I'm searching for one. I'm like in desperate need. I'm like, don't assume it's my way to paint, because this is terrible. Like, I've painted this, okay? I know how to paint. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I know how to paint. I've painted this. And if you look in about simply faces, I've painted this, okay? So I know what I'm doing. This is my work. There. So, with more time and more patience, and by the way, if you want to learn the freckles... Oh, you mean that? Yeah. It's actually really easy to do on it. You can see it. Little. Well, it's simple. It's simple. So good. Thank you. And it was made, and I'm quite proud to say that it was mostly made without any references. And I know I shouldn't be bragging about it because, as I said in the beginning of the life, well, you should always use first references, because if you use references, no, I say bullshit. Sorry, it was created at first without references, but then I took references to push it further. So I'm saying bullshit, because those are the different steps that I was going through as I was painting it. And as you can see here, you got the application of the fact that the face is turning away from the light source. That's why it's becoming darker and darker there. And I know the hairs looks like plastic, but I just love it, so I keep it that way. Yeah. And the little hairs, the little detail that makes everything. So, but I was looking at references of nose and mouth and eyes, and so I'm fake news. Sorry. So yeah, you basically got an overall idea of what I was trying to explain to you, and yeah, my advice is start practicing that, and then try practicing that like this. Start simple. Don't try to do it in color. Try to do it in black and white, and you will try to do it in color after, okay? But try in black and white, and by the way, this is way too gray, so... There, better. Okay? And learn to do it that way. Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye, because I actually have a day to continue, because I'm continuing. You don't see me post anything on Instagram anymore because I was tired, honestly, but I'm continuing. I haven't given up. Do you want to say some before I say you goodbye? Because maybe you want to see my improvement. Actually, you don't have the choice. So here are the few that I've made the last week. So this set of hands, I've made those with you on live, and I continue the feet. Foot, the feet, yep. And then I've made these. And these, and then I said to myself, you know what, stylized stuff is cool, so I'm gonna continue doing stylized stuff. And then I've made hands, which are stylized, and continue doing hands and hands again. And then I made birds, because birds are freaking amazing. And it was really funny because I was trying to simplify and to stylize them, so it was really cool. And then I made feet, because it's funny, because I just like drawing those. And I've made noses, and I'm a little bit unhappy about the result of this specific page. But as I always see, you gotta start somewhere. Your stylized stuff looks really good. Thank you. Yep. And now what I have to do is to finish this bad boy, which will not finish itself. So, yep, going to be a bit long, so I gotta be prepared to just do it, you know. So, yeah. So anyway, I have to do that, and then I have to. It's an old one, so I'm a tiny bit behind, and then I have to draw another things, which I absolutely don't know what will be. Maybe I will finish it probably tomorrow morning. Or continue it a little bit and then do my study of the day, because it's a little bit hard sometimes to be on track, especially when you draw pieces like that who don't take like 1 or 2 hours, but take more around 3-4, you know. Like I've made this one last week, which I'm going to publish on Instagram. And it took me like 3 or 4 hours, and it was a pretty much long process, because it's face plus hands plus drapery plus hair. So yeah, nightmare. And it was a little bit long. So, but I'm okay with the result. I feel the hands are way too realistic in comparison to the face and the hair, and same for the drapery part. But I have no idea what is happening here. Hopes next time I'll get a better idea by the way it looks great. Thank you. Well, it was fundamentals lesson, and we made half of it, and I'm going to make the next half next week. Show you the quick slides that I made, which are I'm doing live each Sunday from 5 p.m. to 20 p.m. and sometimes not 20 p.m. from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. and sometimes a little bit later. Spain time. It's that I give lessons on fundamentals, and so I'm showing the difference between sketches and stuff, and you can re-watch this live if you want, because it was really interesting, and I show them explain perspective in 1, 2, 3 points, and how to draw ellipses in perspective and how it works and so on, and how it's important to create construction. And I've started to explain a little bit about how to paint in volume, and next week we're going to see volume values, how it's created, and colors, and how to apply it, and little tips and tricks on how to do it properly, and then lighting. So yeah, all fundamentals lessons. So I'm a little bit tired. Oh, okay, I was looking for something like this. Thanks, my pleasure. So I'm going to call it a day, and I hope you had a great time and that you find it interesting. Thank you so much for another enjoyable stream. Thank you so much for the few of you who are always there, because this is always nice to have a little people looking and following me and liking my stuff. So you guys are amazing and great, and thank you so much for being there. So thanks, Julie. Great stream. Thank you. You guys are so nice. Have a wonderful evening / afternoon / whatever time zone you're in. And see you next Sunday. Bye.